Hey guys, tonight we're diving into the hushed, flickering world of medieval map colorists, a life lit by candle wax and ruled by pigment. You're crouched low, spine bent like a question mark, in a stone-cold scriptorium where silence is sacred and paint can literally kill you. The air is thick with the smell of ink, sheep parchment, and something that suspiciously resembles boiled eggs. You probably won't survive this. Not from monsters or plagues, but from inhaling one too many ground beetles while trying to paint the sea blue. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, tell me your location and local time in the comments. I love knowing where and when you're listening from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're a colorist, not the loud kind who designs battle banners or paints royal portraits. No, you work in the margins, quite literally. Your days begin before sunrise, when the oil lamp's smoke hasn't yet cleared from the vaulted ceiling of the monastery's scriptorium. It's cold, cold enough that your ink freezes into crusty little ribbons and your joints ache before you even sit down. You wrap your rough wool robe tighter, squinting at the half-finished map spread before you. It's someone else's lines. You didn't draw the world. You just give it life. The pots before you are your power, crushed malachite for green, burnt bones for black, and a suspicious red labeled vermiculum that probably involves ground-up bugs. You reach for the egg yolk binder. It's always the egg yolk binder. And crack one into your mixing dish, hoping it won't curdle like it did yesterday. You mix it with pigment, creating a silky tempera that glistens like the Holy Grail, until it dries chalky in 2 hours. Around you, others work in sacred silence, except Brother Elias, who sniffles constantly and might be the monastery's first ever passive-aggressive martyr. He's mixing gold leaf into a sun disk, because gold naturally is reserved for celestial objects and kings. You've been cleared to paint the sea monsters. There's a rhythm to this life. Pigment, breath, brush, pray. Your world is 6 inches wide and filled with dragons, saints, and compass roses. Historians still argue whether medieval colorists were seen as mere artisans or divine vessels of truth. But here's the thing. They never asked you. And frankly, you're too busy trying not to sneeze into the Nile River. You might think that map colorists were just glorified doodlers with a brush and a prayer, but oh no, it's far more deliciously complicated. In an age when only a tiny sliver of humanity could read Latin, and even fewer could afford books, colored maps held a curious kind of power. Silent, yes, but commanding. You sit there, slouched over a half-done page the size of a tavern door, realizing that your brush decides more than just aesthetics. It sways belief, a crimson line wrapping Jerusalem in glory. That's theology, a blue tint bathing the British Isles, politics, a dull gray smear across the north. Might as well stamp, "Here be sadness." Color doesn't just fill in the blanks, it rewrites the message. And guess what? You get to decide, pigment by pigment. Nobody in the scriptorium says this out loud, of course, but it's understood. What you paint becomes truth, or at least looks holy enough to pass as truth. You're part of a delicate conspiracy of visuals where every hue whispers something louder than any text. Not that you dare call yourself powerful. You still sleep on straw and live on barley broth, but in your bones, you know. Colorists shape how people see the world, literally and spiritually. Now, let's talk about that power structure. See, not all colorists are created equal. You don't get handed the ultramarine just because you've got steady hands. Oh no, that blue is made from lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan, more expensive than gold, and it's locked up tighter than the sacramental wine. You're still earning your way off madder root red, which stains everything and smells like beets dipped in vinegar. The real elites are those who can touch the sacred tones, the deep blues of heaven, the shimmering golds of divine light. These are reserved for the favored few, usually senior monks or eccentric lay artists sponsored by nobility. You know Brother Hugo, the one who hasn't spoken since Advent? He paints only halos. That's his entire job. Halos. Historians still debate how much autonomy colorists had. Some argue they merely followed instructions. Others believe they interpreted freely within unwritten rules. You lean toward the second theory, mostly because you sometimes sneak in a dash of green where it's not approved. A rebellion? Not exactly. More like a wink to whoever's watching centuries from now. Like you. The first time you touch a quill to a blank map, it feels less like art and more like gambling. You hover over a coastline someone else has outlined. A jagged, nervous line drawn by a monk who's never seen the sea but insists it curves like a sleeping cat. You breathe, steady your wrist, and lay down your first stroke. Congratulations. You've just made a divine guess. See, the funny thing about medieval maps? They're often less about where things are and more about why they matter. The world isn't arranged according to longitude or latitude. It's organized by theology, by pilgrimage routes, by what's holy and who's paying. Jerusalem almost always sits smack in the center, beaming like a saint's belly button. Paradise hovers somewhere vaguely east, just over the edge. And hell? Best not to ask. It's rarely drawn, but you know it's lurking under the vellum like a secret stain. Today, your assignment is outlining the coast of Africa. You pause, glance around, then quietly chuckle. Nobody here has ever seen Africa, except maybe that one trader who came through last spring and described it mostly in terms of camels, heat, and things that bite. But that doesn't stop you. You dip your brush, outline a continent from memory, a memory borrowed from someone else's imagination, copied from someone else's map. There's an odd satisfaction in this. You're not recording the world as it is. You're sculpting it through pigment and prayer. Every line you draw carries weight. Every border risks divine judgment. Better hope you don't accidentally label Sicily as an island of sin again. Brother Martin is still bitter about that. And yet, the freedom. The quiet thrill of defining reality with nothing more than crushed minerals and a decent brush. Historians still argue whether these map makers believed their maps were accurate or symbolic. But down here, hunched at your bench, it's a mix of both. You know you're coloring a world shaped more by faith than facts. Still, you try to make the sea blue, the land green, and the angels gold, just in case someone up there is keeping score. Nobody hands you a scroll titled, "Welcome to the Scriptorium Hierarchy," but you figure it out fast. It starts with, who gets to sit closest to the windows? Sunlight is precious, and those near the glass are usually the top dogs. You? You're wedged between the firewood pile and a drafty door that groans like a cursed spirit every time the wind changes. Rank. Here isn't worn on robes or spoken aloud. It's measured in brush access, pigment choice, and which parts of the map you're allowed to color. At the top sits the master illuminator, a man so old and hunched he looks like he was born inside a manuscript. He hasn't painted in years, but he watches everything. When he nods, you exist. When he frowns, you might as well be erased. Then, there's the second quill, the monk who applies the final outlines. Delicate black threads that hold the whole illusion together. He's a tyrant with ink stains under his nails and a permanent scowl, but his steady hand makes borders. Divine. Beneath him, a flurry of junior artists, copyists, and pigment preppers hustle silently, forming a pyramid of obedient artistry. You're somewhere in the murky middle, permitted to color water and occasionally non-theological greenery. That's code for bushes. Even the pigments know their place. Gold is elite, applied with brushes so fine they're made from a single hair, often from a monk's beard, if you believe the rumors. Ultramarine is rationed like wartime chocolate. Vermilion, despite being made from mercury, is handed out more freely. probably because no one wants to hoard poison, but it's not. All rigid rules. Sometimes the hierarchy bends, like when Brother Petrus fell asleep with a brush in his mouth and ruined a cardinal's robe. You stepped in, patched it with a little madder red and white lead, and no one noticed. That day, you moved one seat closer to the light. Historians still debate whether colorists could rise through talent alone or needed noble patrons. You suspect it's both. You've seen skill go unnoticed and sloppiness praised because someone's uncle funds the monastery roof repairs. But for now, you keep your head down, your brush steady, and your ears open. Every stroke you make might be one step closer to gold leaf. You're handed a brush today, and it's not what you expect. It's not sleek or elegant, not something pulled from a painter's dream. No, it's short, rough, and smells faintly of wet animal. Welcome to your first real promotion. The badger hair, brush, or is it boar? Sometimes they're mixed. Sometimes no one tells you, and you just have to guess by the snout stubble. Brushes in your world are handmade, often by the very colorists who use them. Some artists swear by squirrel tail, delicate, precise, good for those impossibly tiny borders. Others prefer hog bristle, which gives a satisfying scratchy drag across coarse vellum. You've grown strangely attached to your badger hair. Number 3, which you secretly call Gustav. It leaves streaks if you're not gentle, but in the right hands, it can lay down a cloud of blue like morning mist over the Alps. Your tools are sacred. You never leave them unattended. Once Brother Ambrose dropped his brush in a candle, and the stink lingered for weeks. You clean yours obsessively, dipping it in vinegar water, stroking it against a bit of old linen, reshaping the tip like you're tucking in a sleeping child. It's more ritual than routine. The handles? They're often carved from bone or wood, sometimes inscribed with little prayers to St. Luke, the patron of artists. You tried etching a fish onto yours last week. It came out looking more like a confused boot, but the sentiment was there. There's an odd intimacy in the way a brush becomes an extension of your body. You begin to feel the vellum through its tip, the difference between calfskin and sheepskin, the way old parchment sighs under pressure. Historians still argue whether medieval brushes were standardized or wildly improvised. Based on Gustav and his unpredictable streaks, you lean toward the latter. One day, you spot an apprentice boiling a rat tail in gum arabic. He insists it's for experimental bristles. You back away slowly. Some boundaries in this trade are better. Left uncrossed. You return to your bench, brush in hand, ready to make the Danube shimmer with pale silver. It won't be perfect, but with the right stroke, it'll look like it always belonged there. And in this world, illusion is everything. The yolk jiggles in the cracked shell like a dare. You give it one last look. Still yellow. Still slightly suspect, then tip it into the bowl with a satisfying plop. Welcome to the ancient and slightly absurd alchemy of egg tempera. Who first thought, you know what this painting needs? Breakfast? Historians still argue whether tempera came from Byzantine monks or hungry Italians with artistic impulses. Either way, you now worship at the altar of poultry. Tempera isn't just egg and pigment, it's a delicate dance. Too much yolk and your color goes greasy. Too little and your brush skitters like a scared rabbit. You whisk it gently, murmuring, a half prayer, half threat to St. Catherine, patron saint of artists and wheel victims. The mixture turns into a glossy, slightly sulfuric paint with the texture of regret and genius. Perfect. Today's palette is red ochre, a dull but dependable favorite, and a dab of azurite, your rationed indulgence. You mix each one with fresh yolk in its own shallow dish, each pigment requiring its own ratio, its own mood. Vermilion clumps if you look at it wrong. Green earth is eternally smug. You swear your paints have personalities, possibly grudges. You lean in, brush ready, and start laying color into the blank seas off the coast of Sardinia. The paint dries fast. Blink, and it's already powdery. There's no blending, no second chances. It's a brutal medium for anyone who romanticizes art. But you like the pressure. It makes every stroke feel like a tiny promise. A breeze sneaks through the window and flutters the corner of your parchment. You clamp it down with a pewter weight shaped like a lion. Last week it fell and smudged an entire monastery. You're still hearing about it. Egg tempera has its limits. It cracks under humidity, flakes off with too much handling, and never produces that rich shine you get from oils. But oils are foreign, risky, and not yet trusted here. This is sacred work, not Renaissance indulgence. Your job isn't to impress, it's to endure. So you dip your brush again, stir the yolk-slick pigment, and return to your ocean. The sea waits, quietly hungry for color. You hold your breath as the gold leaf trembles between your fingers, so light it reacts to the warmth of your skin like it's trying to escape. There's no second chance with this stuff. One wrong move, one cough, and it's flying off into the ether, possibly into Brother Clement's beard again. He's still not speaking to you after last time. Gold leaf changes everything. It's not just decoration. It's a declaration. Divine light, royal might, celestial cities. You don't gild anything unless you're ready to give it the weight of heaven. And it's not even gold paint, mind you. Oh no. This is real gold, hammered thinner than a thought and applied with trembling reverence. Your tools for this ritual are bizarre. A squirrel hair gilder's brush so soft it feels like it barely exists, a wooden stylus for burnishing, and the most essential ingredient, garlic. Yes, garlic. Mixed into a sticky adhesive called gesso sottile. It's what helps the gold leaf cling to the parchment. Your workspace now smells like a vampire's nightmare, but it's worth it. You carefully breathe on the gesso to re-moisten it, then float the gold onto it like a whisper. It lands, quivers, and settles. You press it gently, using your stylus to smooth it into the contours of the sun you're illuminating. With a few more strokes, it shines like a holy fire trapped in ink. The risk, of course, is massive. Gold leaf costs more than almost anything in the scriptorium besides maybe Brother Abel's imported spectacles. You remember the scandal last month when someone sneezed and lost 3 whole sheets to the draft. The silence afterward was louder than a sermon. Historians still debate whether gold was used more for spiritual significance or political showboating. In your experience, it's usually both. The abbot claims it's to reflect God's glory, but he also insists on his name being gilded. Every time. And you? You're somewhere in between. You love how it catches light, how it makes even the quietest map scream divinity. And you love the moment afterward, the breath you finally release, the shimmer left behind. It's fragile, sure, but for a second it feels like you've gilded time itself. The red looks beautiful, rich, almost glowing, like fire smoldering in powdered form. You swirl it slowly with your brush, watching as it clings to the yolk mixture in thick velvety curls. It's cinnabar, the most seductive of reds. And yes, it might also be trying to kill you. No one really talks about that. Not directly. They call it dragon's blood or philosopher's red, whispering more about its divine hue than its deadly side effects. But you've heard the rumors, colorists with trembling, hands monks coughing red foam. You've even seen the fingers of an old illuminator stained pink for life like the pigment had seeped into his soul. Still, it's so beautiful. And deadly or not, you've got work to do. You apply it carefully, outlining the robes of St. James, as he strolls along a winding road that, geographically speaking, leads to nowhere. The pigment lays down flawlessly, vibrant against the pale parchment. You smile, until you feel a little dizzy. You shake it off, probably just the cold, or the fasting, or the mercury. Cinnabar is made from mercuric sulfide, a mineral, with a name that sounds like it belongs in a villain's apothecary. Historians still argue whether colorists understood the dangers or simply accepted them as the price of beauty. You're not sure what you believe. All you know is, the more expensive the color, the riskier it seems to be. You've never once gotten a headache from brown. Ironically, it's often the saints who wear the most toxic shades. Martyrs in rich reds, angels in arsenic greens. You sometimes wonder if anyone noticed the symbolism, or if you're the only one who gets the joke. Of course, there are safer reds, like madder root or red lead, but they either fade too fast or dry to a dull, uninspired shrug. Not cinnabar. Cinnabar burns. Cinnabar dazzles. Cinnabar makes people believe. You finish St. James's robe and set your brush aside. The red gleams under candlelight like blood polished by angels. Worth the risk? You don't even need to ask. The blue on your palette today is no ordinary blue. It's not something you grind from garden weeds or fish from the bottom of a dusty barrel. This is lapis lazuli, stone of the heavens, pigment of emperors, and the holy grail of medieval color. Imported all the way from Afghanistan, it arrives at the monastery in tiny, velvet-wrapped lumps, as if someone were smuggling bits of sky. You're not usually allowed near it. Only Brother Thomas handles ultramarine, and only after fasting and prayer. But today, for reasons no one will explain, you've been granted a pinch, a real one, enough to paint a saint's cloak or a single divine wave. You half expect the pigment to glow. Turns out it's annoyingly gritty. The raw lapis must be ground for hours, sometimes days, then purified with resin and lye in a maddeningly fussy process called laking. You don't make it, you just receive it in a shell-shaped dish and pray not to spill. Why the fuss? Because ultramarine was more expensive than gold, literally. It could bankrupt a parish. Sometimes patrons would commission a painting, then specifically request the Virgin Mary's robe be painted in lapis to show off their wealth and devotion. Nothing says piety like high-end rock dust. You lay it down slowly, carefully. It's deeper than the sea and brighter than memory. You've never seen anything quite like it. You think back to when you were first learning, dabbing blues from indigo or woad, both decent but earthly. This blue? This feels otherworldly, like something that slipped through the veil between heaven and pigment pot. Historians still argue whether ultramarine was reserved only for the sacred or if some rogue colorists snuck it into less than holy zones. You, personally, have dreams of tinting a sea serpent in ultramarine one day. Just a touch, just to see what happens. There's a rumor that a secret order within the church controlled lapis shipments, hoarding the stone like relics, doling it out like divine favor. Some even say lapis arrived via Silk Road under false names, hidden from imperial taxes. Whether that's true or not, one thing's certain. In your little world of earth tones and scratchy brushes, this blue is pure magic. You glance up at the sky, clouds thickening, maybe a storm on the way, and feel the hum of tension in the scriptorium. It's the same every time. The abbot's orders are usually a whisper in the background, but today they're a shout. You know it's coming. The rumors have been swirling like flies around honey. There's going to be a visitation. Visiting dignitaries are both a blessing and a curse. They bring silver and praise, which is always nice, but they also bring expectations. You know what that means. Show them the finest, most finished manuscript you can produce. They'll want it gilded, luminous, perfect. Or they'll walk away muttering about subpar craftsmanship and inferior artistry, and the next month's bread ration will shrink. You're assigned a piece of the map that stretches from the far north to the edges of paradise. It's the sort of task that seems like an honor, but the pressure's enough to make your hands tremble. You begin with the least intimidating part. Border details, a few trees, a river. Simple. It's a psychological game. Finish with the easy stuff, so you don't freak yourself out when the big territory, Africa in your case, comes up. But even the little things demand your full attention. One leaf is tilted too far to the left, a river too deep a blue, and there it is, that nagging feeling you get when the work is not quite right. It's still a world you're building, but the line between reality and imagination starts to blur. And you know that if you don't make it perfectly divine, someone will notice. Someone always notices. There's a peculiar thrill in this. It's the same thrill you get when you paint a mountain or a castle. You could be anywhere, Alps, Pyrenees, or a mythical citadel built on clouds. But at that moment, you aren't just an artist. You're the cartographer of the divine, painting a future that hasn't been seen yet, even by those who think they know the world. Historians still argue whether maps were viewed as scientific tools or primarily as religious objects meant to explain the unknown. But here, kneeling over parchment, you realize it's all the same. The moment you lay down that first line, you are both creator and servant, bound by an invisible hand. You finish the borders, wipe your brow, and allow yourself a quiet sigh. It's a good start. But you know the hard part is coming. In the distance, the sound of a distant bell tolls. The visitors will be here soon. It's the silence that gets to you first. They're all sitting there, high-born visitors with their thick woolen cloaks and hard eyes, nodding like they understand your world of pigments and prayer. They're looking at your map, of course, but it's not the map they're really assessing. They're assessing you, your talent, your skill, your very worth. The tension in the room rises like the temperature in summer. The abbot hovers by the door, the monks murmur in soft tones, and you sit at your workbench with a mixture of pride and panic. The visitors lean forward, peering at your depiction of the Mediterranean, their fingers tracing invisible paths along the coastlines. You silently beg the ink not to smudge, the colors not to fade. It's not a map anymore. It's your soul laid bare. One of them, a knight with an air of smugness that could choke a cathedral, points to the Crusader roots on your map and sneers. "Where's Jerusalem? Surely the Holy Land should be drawn larger. Shouldn't we be at the center of this map, where it truly belongs?" You resist the urge to roll your eyes. It's always Jerusalem, always the center. You're tempted to explain that the entire map is more metaphor than geography, that what he's seeing is a divine representation, not a tool for navigation. But there's no point. He'll never see it. You smile, just enough to be polite, and trace the path of the River Nile on your map, the one that spirals and loops like a divine symbol, giving it a little more shimmer with your brush. At least the gold leaf won't fail you today. It's strange, though, how little the geography matters. The people who hold power in this world don't care about the world as it is. They care about how it reflects their power, their place. What's sacred? What's profane? Where the roads to salvation can be found, and how far away that salvation actually is. Historians still argue whether medieval mapmakers used their craft to explore the world or reinforce the religious order. From your seat, it's both. You chart a world where geography and faith are inseparable, where every coast is blessed by God's hand and every mountain peak towers over humanity like a warning. You paint a vision, not of what is, but of what ought to be. The night turns away, bored by your explanations. You try not to feel insulted, but the brush feels heavier now, as though it too is tired of playing this game. You look at the map, and for a moment, you wonder what it would feel like to draw it as it really is, without divine borders, without holy places where they don't belong. But that's a dangerous thought. You quickly abandon it, because tonight the map will be perfect, even if it never tells the full truth. You finally finish. The room is heavy with expectation, but there's a sense of release as your brush lays the last stroke on the parchment. You sit back, surveying the map. It's as pristine as it will ever be, the colors rich and divine, the gold leaf catching the flicker of candlelight. Even the knight who criticized your work earlier leans forward now, eyes gleaming in a way that feels like approval, at least until he turns away, muttering about something else he's seen. It's not really about the map, you realize. It never has been. In this world, beauty is currency. The minute you finish something, it becomes a reflection of your status, your skill, and, let's be honest, your place in the monastery hierarchy. That's the world of medieval colorists. Your work might endure, but you don't get to enjoy it. The next task is always waiting, always demanding. The paint never dries before a new patron arrives, new pages to be filled, new golden borders to be applied. The visitors are gone now, their heavy boots echoing down the stone corridors. The abbot lingers, inspecting the map closely, his eyes narrowing as he studies the smallest details. He's already thinking about the next commission, the next moment when he can show off your work to the next benefactor. You don't mind it. Not really. It's the way of things. The church moves on. The scrolls get painted. You keep making things beautiful, even if no one will ever see the flaws buried beneath the layers of pigment and light. And yet there's a part of you that wonders. If the map could speak, if the pigments could whisper the truth they hold, what would they say? Would they talk about the moments of doubt, the hours spent in isolation, or the brush strokes that were just too rushed because someone was hovering over your shoulder? Would they reveal the secrets behind the smudge you covered up, the gold leaf that never quite stuck, the cracks in the parchment you can never quite mend? You lean forward, examining the intricate designs, tracing them with your fingertip, careful not to smudge. It's perfect. No one will see the imperfections. No one will question it. It's a map of the world, but it's also a map of what you've become, a creator of illusions. Historians still argue whether medieval map makers were cartographers or spiritual prophets. Sometimes you feel as though you were both. You chart the world, but you also color it in the divine light of what it ought to be. There's something comforting in that, something sacred. The night wraps itself around the scriptorium, bringing the scent of candle wax and ink with it. The only sounds are the occasional creaks of wood, the scratch of a quill, and the soft murmur of a monk praying in the corner. You're alone now. Your work completed, and there's a strange quiet that settles in. It's the kind of peace that follows a task well done, but it doesn't last long. Never does. You clean your brushes with a routine that's almost meditative, the movements rhythmic and familiar, until the final stroke, where you dab your brush into vinegar water. It's like washing away the last traces of the day's work. When you're done, you set them aside, careful not to break any, because in your world, a broken brush feels like a broken promise. Outside, a storm finally starts to roll in, the EI. Wind picking up and rattling the windows. You're content in a way. The map may not be yours anymore. It never was. It belongs to whoever's paying for it, whether it's the church, the nobility, or the next influential benefactor with deep pockets. They'll own the beauty you've created, the work of your hands. You won't see it again, not in its final form, not unless someone feels like showing it off to the right crowd. The map is just one of many. You know this. You've spent years, decades, creating these works that will fade, yellow, and crumble under the weight of time. You're not a legend, not in your lifetime, but your art? Your art will outlive you, even if no one remembers who painted the seas of gold or dotted the lands with holy symbols. Historians still argue about the value of illuminated maps. Were they tools of education or just indulgences for the rich? Did they serve any purpose beyond decoration? You laugh quietly to yourself. Purpose is overrated. Sometimes it's just enough to create something beautiful, something that will outlive the scrolls and survive the centuries, even if no one knows your name. The storm outside intensifies, thunder rumbling like the distant voice of an angry saint. But you don't flinch. You've been here before. The world outside may be wild and unpredictable, But inside this room at your workbench, the only chaos is the one you control. You dip your brush into a fresh pot of blue pigment and feel the coolness of it against your skin. The next project waits, and so do you. The monastery may move on, the patrons will come and go, but the art, the beauty, and the quiet faith that flows through it, that's yours. And as the storm howls against the windows, you settle in for the long night ahead, knowing there's always another map to make, another stroke to add. The early morning light filters in through the narrow window, casting soft shadows on the stone walls of the scriptorium. The storm has passed, leaving behind a crispness to the air that sharpens your senses. The world outside has washed clean, and you find yourself oddly grateful for the silence that follows the tempest. There's no rushing today, no hurry to finish anything, just the steady rhythm of your brush against parchment. The last few days have been a blur of ink and pigment, a delicate dance between brush and scroll. You've been working on another map, this time a vast depiction of the British Isles. It's an ambitious undertaking, demanding in fact. The borders alone could take days, weeks even, to complete with any kind of precision. But there's something about the process, something calming in the meticulous task of laying down each line, each color. You find yourself reaching for the lapis lazuli again, mixing it carefully with a small amount of tempera, the soft brush strokes filling the page with shades of blue that seem too perfect, too divine to be real. It's almost as though the sky itself has been trapped within the pigment, holding its breath. But there's something new today, a change in the air. It's the same feeling you get when you've completed a long, arduous task, when you've been working with a goal in mind, but suddenly you step back and realize you've moved beyond it. The task becomes less about finishing and more about the journey itself. It's a strange, unexpected satisfaction. You pause, brush in hand, and consider the map. There's something comforting in this, the idea that the map doesn't just represent geography, but a vision of the world, yes, but also a vision of what you can create, what you can shape with your hands and your colors. Each stroke is a decision, a choice. It's a map of the world, but it's also a map of your own soul, traced in pigment. Historians still debate the true purpose of medieval maps. Were they practical guides for travel or spiritual reflections of divine order? You wonder if the monks who first created these maps, centuries before you, ever had the same questions. Perhaps they too saw their work as more than just a task. Perhaps, like you, they understood that a map is never merely a record. It's an act of creation. You gently lay down the final line of the map's borders, your hand steady despite the complexity of the task. It feels good. It feels right. And for a moment, you forget about the visitors, the commissions, the endless demand for more. All that matters is the beauty you've created here, this small piece of the world, captured in ink and gold. You lean back and survey the map in front of you. The British Isles, alive with color and detail, sit in front of you as real as they can be. And for just a moment, you wonder if someone will look at this map in 100 years and marvel at the colors, the details, the brush strokes that were put into it. But even if they don't, it doesn't matter. The work is its own reward. The bell tolls through the still air, breaking the calm of the morning. It's the signal for midday prayers, but it also marks the beginning of the afternoon's chores. You glance down at your workbench one last time before standing, the map now finished, its edges curling slightly as the ink dries. You can't help but feel a small sense of triumph. It may not be perfect. There are always tiny imperfections, places where the pigment doesn't lay quite as you wish it would. But it's done. It's a record of the world as you see it, and there's power in that. As you make your way to the chapel, the familiar scent of incense fills the air, mingling with the earthy smell of stone and the faintest hint of lavender from the courtyard. The monks are already kneeling in prayer, their heads bowed in reverence. You slip into the pew beside Brother Thomas, the master illuminator, who gives you a brief nod. His face is marked with years of experience, and the lines around his eyes seem to deepen when he smiles. You've always admired him, both as an artist and as a man of faith. He doesn't speak much, but there's a quiet wisdom in him, something you hope to absorb. The prayers begin, and you bow your head, joining in the familiar litany. But your thoughts drift. Your mind wanders back to the map, back to the way the pigment had felt beneath your fingers, the gold leaf, the lapis lazuli. You can still feel the weight of the colors in your hands, still see the lines you've drawn, the land you've brought to life with nothing more than pigment and parchment. For a brief moment, you wonder if this is the true purpose of your work, to bring the unseen into the visible, to manifest something greater than yourself. Historians still argue about the role of art in medieval spirituality. Was it merely a means of instruction, or was it a bridge between the divine and the earthly? Perhaps it's a little of both. Perhaps every stroke of paint is a prayer in itself, every line drawn a small offering to something beyond comprehension. And if that's true, then your work today, this map of distant lands and imagined worlds, is as much an act of faith as it is an act of artistry. You snap back to the present as the bell rings once more, signaling the end of prayers. The monks rise, smoothing their robes, and you follow suit. But as you stand, a sudden feeling of unease washes over you. For the first time in weeks, you're unsure of what comes next. There's always another project, always something more to create, but today there's a space, empty, like a blank page waiting to be filled. You leave the chapel with a lingering thought. What happens when the maps are done? When all the worlds you've painted have been charted, all the heavens mapped in intricate detail? Is there ever a time when the brush is laid down for good? You shake the thought away. There's always something new, always another commission, another page to fill. And as the days go on, you'll fill them. You always do. You return to the scriptorium after prayers, the familiar hum of the place greeting you like an old friend. The maps on the walls, partially finished, half-formed in your mind, are a constant reminder of the work you're meant to do. The sunlight filters in at an angle, casting long shadows across the floor, while dust motes dance in the golden light. You sigh softly, taking your seat at the workbench again. Your hands hover over the blank parchment, waiting. It's quiet now. The scriptorium, free of distractions, but something in the air feels off. Maybe it's the weight of the day, or the realization that you've completed something. You've finished a map, but you still feel restless. It's like your brush is aching for the next task, the next challenge. The need to create is so ingrained in you that, even when the work is done, there's a sense of emptiness left behind, as if you've forgotten something. You glance over at Brother Thomas, who is busy on his own piece of parchment, his brush, moving with practiced precision. You envy the ease with which he works, the way his hand seems to know exactly where to go. His maps, they say, are flawless. The gold he applies catches the light so beautifully that it looks as if the heavens themselves are shining through his work. You wonder if that's what you're striving for. Perfection, the kind of perfection that leaves no room for doubt, no space for second guessing. But even as you think this, you know something else is true. Perfection is a dangerous pursuit. There's no such thing, not in your maps, not in your work. Perfection is just a word for the unattainable. It's the thing that makes you reach for a brushstroke just a little longer, or stretch a line just a little farther than it should. Go! Perfection is the idea that keeps you awake at night, wondering if you could have done better, if there was a moment you missed, a detail you left out. As you pick up your brush, ready to start a new section of the map, the realization settles in. You don't need perfection. You need to move. You need to create. The maps may never be flawless, but they are still yours. They are still a testament to your vision, a record of a world you've brought into being, one stroke at a time. Historians still argue whether the pursuit of perfection in medieval art was driven by faith or ego. Some claim that the monks sought to glorify God through their work, making everything as flawless as possible in his honor. Others say it was about personal legacy, crafting something so beautiful that it would be remembered, centuries later, as a masterwork. But you know the truth. It's about the process. It's about the act of creation itself, and the peace that comes from knowing you've done your best, even if it's not perfect. You set the brush to the parchment and begin. Again, each stroke a small victory. The map might never be finished, and perhaps that's the point. The afternoon wears on, and the scriptorium grows even quieter. The occasional rustle of parchment, the soft drip of a candle's wax as it melts. These are the sounds that fill the space. You've long since learned to shut out the distractions. It's just you, the map, and the colors now. As your brush moves across the page, the world outside feels distant, as if you're in a space between moments, neither fully here nor there. The map is your universe, and within it, you control the flow of rivers, the shape of mountains, the very contours of lands that only exist in your mind. You find yourself adding a touch more color than you usually would, an extra layer of red on the coastlines. It's subtle, but it adds a warmth to the scene, a richness that wasn't there before. The more you add, the more the map begins to look like something alive, as if it's breathing in the candlelight. You can almost imagine that somewhere, out there, these lands exist. Forests dense with trees, mountains jagged and snow-capped, deserts that stretch to the horizon. They exist, but only in this form, in this world of ink and pigment. Your fingers ache slightly as you continue, the weight of the brush a reminder that you've been working for hours without pause. There's no real concept of time here in the scriptorium. The work is all-consuming, a trance that you fall into again and again, the world outside fading until there is only the map, only the task at hand. And as you work, the edges of the world start to feel more and more like your own. You know the contours of this map, as if you've walked every riverbank, climbed every mountain. Historians still debate the role of medieval cartography in navigation versus myth. Were these maps meant to direct the pilgrim or the trader, or were they simply meant to reflect the divine order of the world? Your maps, like the ones before you, seem to straddle that line, half practical, half fantastical. There's a certainty in them, yes, but also an inherent mystery. The further you venture into the unknown, the more abstract the boundaries of the world become. You take a step back from the map, wiping your brow, and look at it with a mixture of pride and wonder. It's so far from perfect. Yet there's something beautiful in that imperfection, something that feels almost human in the uneven brushstrokes, in the moments when the ink bled a little too much, or the gold leaf didn't catch quite right. These flaws make it real. They make it yours. The thought strikes you suddenly. This map will not be like the others. It will be different. There's no rush this time, no looming deadline, just the map and your vision. You smile to yourself. There's no way to explain it, but for the first time, it doesn't matter if it's perfect. What matters is that it's true to the world you've created, and for that, you think, as you dip your brush back into the ink, you're content. Evening falls slowly, the light in the scriptorium dimming as the sun sets beyond the stone walls. You've been working for hours now, lost in the rhythm of your craft, but the fatigue is starting to settle in. Your eyes feel heavy, the soft burn of effort creeping in as your mind begins to wander. The map in front of you, though beautiful, still feels unfinished. You know that this is part of the process. Each map, like each day, ends in a moment of rest, a pause before the next push. Your hand hovers above the page, hesitating, unsure whether to continue the border or to step back for a while. There's something about the quiet of the evening that calls for reflection, for stillness. You've created many maps before, of course, but tonight, this one feels different. It's not the beauty of the work, nor the skill of the brushstrokes. It's something deeper. The map feels alive, like a living thing, its contours breathing as you work, its rivers flowing beneath your fingers. The candles flicker, and you shift, stretching your stiff arms before reaching for a small, worn flask tucked into the corner of your desk. A sip of wine helps settle your mind, the warmth spreading through your chest and loosening your shoulders. You glance at Brother Thomas again, noticing how he moves more slowly now, his work winding down for the evening. You admire his ability to pace himself, to know when to stop and when to press forward. His work, while flawless, is never rushed. You wonder if that's the secret. Perhaps it's not about perfection, not about creating something that will last forever. Perhaps it's about pacing, understanding the ebb and flow of creation, knowing when to step away and let the work breathe for itself. The thought lingers in your mind as you look down at the map once again, now bathed in the soft amber light from the candles. Historians often argue about the importance of art as a temporal pursuit versus a spiritual one. Were medieval illuminators working solely for the glory of God, or was there an element of personal pride in their work, a desire to leave behind something that would endure? You laugh softly, thinking that perhaps both are true. Perhaps in the end, the map is a symbol of both your dedication and your humanity, a work of faith, yes, but also a reflection of your own small place in the world. You dip your brush once, more into the ink, adding another layer to the map's border. This time it feels easier, more deliberate. You're not chasing perfection anymore. You're simply being with the map, letting it grow at its own pace, just as you've learned to grow alongside it. The last brushstroke of the night is the one that feels most satisfying, when everything comes together just enough to feel complete, without the need for unnecessary embellishment. You let out a soft breath, finally feeling the exhaustion in your bones, and you know it's time to rest. The map will be here in the morning, waiting for you to continue, to refine, to build. For now, though, the day's work is done. The coolness of the evening air has started to creep into the scriptorium as the last rays of sunlight slip away. You rise from your desk, stretching your legs and rubbing your eyes as the exhaustion from the day settles in. The map is still there, half finished, waiting for your return tomorrow. There's something strangely peaceful about leaving it incomplete, as if the unfinished parts of the map somehow mirror the unfinished parts of your own day. It feels right to leave it to rest. You walk slowly toward the small courtyard outside. The monastery, the cobblestones cool beneath your feet. The evening air is crisp and the stars are beginning to twinkle overhead, small pinpricks of light in an otherwise dark sky. It's a quiet moment, the kind of stillness you've come to cherish after hours of focused work. Out here, away from the candlelight and ink stains, you feel more like yourself, less like a craftsman, and more like just a man existing beneath the vastness of the night sky. As you walk, you think about the passage of time, about how it seems to move differently in the scriptorium. When you're there, bent over your work, it feels like hours have passed in the blink of an eye. And yet, when you step away, you realize how much has truly slipped by. The changing of seasons, the comings and goings of monks, the faint aging of the maps pinned on the walls. Time is fleeting, but in your work, it feels almost irrelevant. The maps you create are timeless in their own way. They capture moments, yes, but they also stretch beyond those moments, reaching into the future, into the unknown. You pause at the edge of the courtyard, looking up at the stars, your breath a soft mist in the cool air. You wonder about the lands you've mapped, the places that only exist in your mind. You think of the oceans you've painted in shades of blue and gold, the vast forests, the towering mountains. They are as real to you as the stone walls of this monastery. Perhaps even more so. You've created them from nothing, giving shape and life to the unseen. Historians still debate whether medieval maps were meant to depict reality or fantasy. Some say that the strange, often inaccurate details, like sea monsters or imaginary lands, were merely the product of the artists' vivid imaginations, or their attempts to explain the unknown. Others argue that these features had spiritual significance, meant to reflect the mysteries of the divine world rather than geographical truths. Either way, you know that the maps you make, with their borders and colors, are more than just representations of land and sea. They are symbols, markers of a deeper truth, one that transcends what can be seen and measured. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs with the crisp night air. Tomorrow you will return to the scriptorium, pick up your brush, and continue the work. But for now, you stand here, beneath the stars, at peace with the map and with the world you've created. Time will continue to move forward, and the world will keep changing. But in this moment, everything is as it should be. The morning light spills into the scriptorium, warm and soft, casting a gentle glow over the parchment spread across your desk. You wake earlier than usual today, the anticipation of returning to your work pulling you from sleep. You sit up, stretching your arms, above your head and savoring the quiet that surrounds you. The monastery is still mostly asleep, the only sounds being the distant murmurs of monks in prayer. As you walk into the scriptorium, you notice the map waiting for you, still sitting on the table as you left it, its edges curled slightly where the ink has dried. The gold leaf you applied yesterday still shimmers in the faint light, catching your eye as you take a seat. It feels as if you've left a piece of your soul there, and now you're returning to finish the story. There's a calmness that settles over you as you take up your brush, dipping it into the fine ink, ready to continue. There's no rush. Today, no looming pressure to finish. It's just you and the map, as it's always been. But today feels different. There's a subtle shift, a quiet understanding that this map, this particular work, is more than just a depiction of land. It's a journey. You've come so far already, but the next steps will be just as meaningful, just as vital. You begin filling in the details, adding small markings to the borders, touching up the coastlines, and carefully outlining the towns that dot the landscape. Each stroke is deliberate. Each line is a decision. With every brushstroke, the map becomes more real, more alive. The moment feels sacred, and in the stillness of the scriptorium, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. You imagine the monks who came before you, their hands steady and sure as they created the maps that guided travelers, pilgrims, and adventurers. Their brushes may have been different, their pigments too, but their goal was the same: to capture the world as they understood it, to chart the unseen. Historians still argue whether medieval cartographers saw themselves as scientists or artists. Were they more concerned with accuracy and function, or with creating something beautiful? In truth, perhaps they were both. The maps they created were not just tools for navigation, they were also pieces of art rich with symbolism, color, and life. You feel the weight of this tradition as you continue working. This is your legacy, the continuation of something far older than you. The sound of a door opening from across the hall breaks your concentration for a moment, but you quickly return to your task. Brother Thomas steps into the room, his gaze landing on your map. He doesn't speak at first, but there's a look in his eyes, one of recognition, of approval. He nods, and it's enough. No words are needed. You continue working in silence, the steady rhythm of your brush marking time, and the map slowly, almost imperceptibly, comes to life. You dip your brush into the ink again, the familiar act feeling like an old friend. The work, though challenging, is deeply satisfying. It's not just about the map, it's about the process, the connection between your hands and the page, the way every stroke adds to a larger story, one that's been unfolding for centuries. The morning shifts into afternoon, and time slips by unnoticed as you lose yourself in the flow of creation. The light changes, the shadows of the room elongating as the sun makes its descent across the sky. Your eyes are tired now, but there's a kind of quiet joy that pulses through you as the map slowly takes shape, its world expanding beneath your fingertips. There's a beauty in the repetitive nature of this work. Each curve of the coastlines, each speck of ink marking a distant town, each delicate flourish of gold leaf. The process is like breathing, steady, measured. It's as if your hands have learned the dance of the brush so well that they no longer need conscious thought. You don't think about the next stroke, you simply do. For a moment you stop and step back, taking in the full scope of your work. The map before you is vast, but it feels incomplete in some way. A puzzle you've only just begun to solve. The lands you've painted, though detailed, still seem abstract. You've charted them, yes, but something is still missing. There's no real sense of life in these lands, no hint of movement beyond the borders you've drawn. It's then that the idea strikes you. Perhaps what this map needs is more than just cities and rivers. Perhaps it needs the soul of the land itself, the forests, the animals, the people who inhabit these places. As an illuminator, you've worked with pigment and ink, but this map calls for something more. You look across the room, where Brother Thomas has begun to pack away his own work for the evening. He glances up and catches your eye, and for a moment, his gaze seems to ask the same question you've been asking yourself. What is missing? Historians still argue whether medieval mapmakers included mythical creatures and landscapes out of superstition or artistic embellishment. Was the sea monster in the corner a warning to sailors, or simply the product of an overactive imagination? For you, though, it feels like the maps need those creatures, those fantastical elements, as much as they need the rivers and mountains. After all, the world isn't just about the known. It's about the mystery, the things that can't be explained. Perhaps it's the very uncertainty that gives a map its magic. You reach for a small pot of red pigment, mixing it carefully with a bit of gold, a hint of color, a swirl of detail. This is what the map needs: a creature in the sea, a mountain range dotted with rare plants. You add them piece by piece, breathing life into the landscape, and with each addition, the world on your map seems to grow more tangible, more real. You realize that this map, this act of creation, is more than just a document. It's a window to another world, a place where the boundaries of the known and unknown blur, where the imagination is allowed to roam free. The work is slow, painstaking, but there's satisfaction in the process. It's like adding music to a song that was once silent. There's harmony now, a quiet rhythm to the map that makes it feel complete, even as you know there's always more to add, always more to explore. You glance once more at Brother Thomas, who is now watching you with a subtle smile. There's no need for words. You've found your way. You're not just charting land anymore. You're creating a story, a world. The evening stretches on, the fading light casting long shadows across the room. The scriptorium feels quieter now, the steady rhythm of your brush the only sound that fills the space. Your hands are beginning to ache, a gentle reminder of how much time has passed. But the map? The map is nearly alive now, with its small details and intricate designs, each line and color blending into a world that feels as though it could stretch beyond the borders of the parchment. You pause to take a step back, looking at the map once more. The sea creatures, the mystical mountain ranges, the rare forests. You've painted them with purpose, and now they seem to hold the weight of something more. They no longer feel like embellishments. They feel like parts of a larger truth, a truth that transcends the page itself. You realize that perhaps the world isn't just about the factual. It's about the wonder, the things that can't be seen or measured, and yet still exist in the heart and mind. As you move to add one last detail, a tiny island just off the coast, barely visible but rich with gold and blue, you hear footsteps approaching from the hallway. It's Brother Thomas again, his robes whispering across the stone floor. You don't need to look up. He knows your work, has seen it evolve through the day. And now, when he finally speaks, it's in a soft voice that matches the reverence in the air. You've made it come alive, haven't you? His words are simple, but they settle into the room with weight. You nod slightly, not needing to explain. He sees it too. The map isn't just a representation anymore. It's something more, something vibrant and rich, filled with life and possibility. You finish adding the last touch, the tiny island now shimmering with the faintest glow of gold leaf, the water surrounding it swirling in delicate blues and greens. You set the brush down, your hands tired but your mind at peace. You've given it everything, the map, the land, the creatures, and the wonder of a world waiting to be discovered. Historians often debate whether maps of the medieval period were ever meant to be truly useful. The distances on these maps were rarely accurate, the land masses often misshapen or incomplete. But there's a beauty in that, isn't there? Perhaps the maps were never meant to be guides in the modern sense. Perhaps they were meant to be invitations, inviting the viewer to step into a world of imagination, of possibility, of mystery. Brother Thomas leans over the map now, nodding with approval. He doesn't say much, but you see the quiet respect in his eyes. You feel a sense of pride, but it's not the kind of pride that comes from perfection. It's the kind that comes from creation, the understanding that, in this space, you've crafted something unique, something alive. You look up at the walls of the scriptorium where other maps are pinned up, their edges worn and faded with age. Those maps, like this one, tell their own stories. They chart the course of explorers, the journeys of pilgrims, the unknown spaces that existed beyond the horizon. But yours is different. It's not just a map of places, it's a map of dreams. With a soft smile, you gather your things, preparing to leave the scriptorium for the night. The map will wait. Tomorrow, there will be more to add, more to refine. But for now, it stands as it is, a world, vast and filled with wonder, brought into being by your hands. The night comes with a hush, the monastery's silence now filled with only the sounds of distant footsteps and the low murmur of voices. You step outside for a moment, your mind still with the map. The evening air has a crispness to it, carrying the smell of wet earth and the faintest hint of wood smoke from the hearths. The stars are bright above, scattered across the sky like 1,000 flickering lanterns. You breathe deeply, feeling the coolness fill your lungs, grounding you after hours of focused work. You've stepped away from the scriptorium, but the map still lingers in your thoughts. The colors, the details, the shapes you've created. They live in your mind now, alive and breathing just as much as they do on the parchment. It's funny how, after all this time, you can become so attached to something that's not even real. The world you've painted is not a place you've ever been, and yet it feels as though it is a part of you. It's as though the map is an extension of your own soul, a mirror reflecting your deepest thoughts and your most vivid dreams. As you stand in the courtyard, your eyes cast upward to the heavens once more. Your thoughts wander to the countless cartographers who have come before you. What did they think about as they created their maps? Did they ever feel the way you do now, lost in the rhythm of their work, part of something greater than themselves? You've heard the old stories, the legends of those who charted the unknown, each stroke of their pen a step further into mystery. But even those who created maps meant to guide, to direct, had to have dreamed. For what is a map without imagination? The idea persists. The more you think about it, is this map meant for navigation, or is it meant to inspire? Historians still debate whether the early medieval mapmakers saw their work as purely practical or whether they also saw it as art, as a way to express something beyond the mundane reality of trade routes and pilgrim paths. Were these maps merely tools to aid travelers, or were they reflections of a greater spiritual order? You've always believed it was a bit of both. The act of creating something so intricate, so detailed, speaks to the desire to understand the world, not just the physical world, but the deeper, uncharted spaces that exist within the heart and mind. In a sense, your map is an offering, a way to bring some small piece of the infinite into the tangible, to map what can never truly be mapped. With the stars overhead and the evening air cool on your face, you feel the weight of the work you've done. Not just the physical map, but the sense of connection to something larger. There is something about this craft, something about taking the unknown and giving it form, that feels deeply human. You are part of a long tradition, a lineage of creators who have sought to capture the world in their own way, and in that you find peace. You stand there a little longer, just listening to the quiet of the night, feeling the world settle into its familiar rhythm. There is no need to rush back to the scriptorium. The map will be waiting for you tomorrow, and there will be more to add, more to refine. But for now, you are content. The world, both the one you've created and the one you inhabit, is perfect, just as it is. As you turn back toward the scriptorium, you feel a sense of anticipation. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new details, new worlds to explore. But for tonight, the work is done. The map is alive, and so are you. The next morning arrives softly, the light streaming in from the high windows of the scriptorium, diffused and gentle. You've slept deeply, your dreams filled with the flickering images of faraway lands, strange creatures and distant shores. The map still lingers in your mind, its intricate lines and colors alive in the space between your thoughts. You've created something that exists both within the boundaries of the parchment and beyond it, in the world of imagination. You sit at your desk again, the familiar weight of the brush in your hand. You feel a quiet excitement as you dip it into the ink, ready to continue. But today is different. There's a sense of urgency now, a gentle pressure to finish, to complete the world you've begun. The shapes on the map are still familiar, but the land is restless. And so, are you? You know that you've created something important, but there's always a moment, isn't there, when you look at your work and think, I could do more? You hesitate, your brush hovering above the parchment. You've been careful up until now, methodical, deliberate. But now, you realize that it's not enough just to fill in the gaps. The map needs to breathe, to grow, and you need to let it. Perhaps it's the gold that calls to you today, the glimmer of it on the edge of the coastlines, where the sea and land meet in an almost magical way. You can't help but imagine what it would look like, how the gold might catch the light differently, as it curves along the shore, tracing the borders of kingdoms yet to be claimed. You begin to add small accents of gold leaf to the water, outlining the waves, the shores, the cliffs that rise from the ocean. Each stroke feels like an invitation, an offering to the sea itself. You think of the sailors who would one day navigate these waters, perhaps in centuries to come, perhaps sooner. What will they see on this map? What will they think of your work? The weight of history presses gently on your shoulders. These maps were never just about the present. They were about what was to come, about charting paths for those who would follow. It's strange, isn't it? How these works you create are like messages across time, reaching out to the future even as they are bound by the past. Historians still debate the purpose of medieval maps. Some see them as practical tools, vital for the journeys of merchants, pilgrims, and explorers. Others argue that they were more than that, more like spiritual documents, meant to chart the heavens as much as the earth. The sea, for instance, was not just a body of water. It was a realm of mystery, often depicted in maps as dangerous and unpredictable, with creatures lurking beneath the surface. Perhaps the gold is meant to call attention to that, to elevate the sea from its role as a mere geographical feature to something more profound. As you work, you lose yourself in the rhythm of your brush, in the gentle process of adding detail upon detail. The map begins to glow in a way it hadn't before, the gold catching the light and bringing a sense of life to the land and water. You think of the monks who came before you, the artists who spent hours perfecting their work, their hands as steady as yours are now. They too knew the power of the map, the way it could capture the imagination of those who viewed it, inspiring them to think beyond the boundaries of their own world. The scriptorium is quiet, the only sound being the scratch of your brush on the page, and as you continue, there's a strange calmness that settles over you. The map is no longer just a representation of a physical world. It's become a representation of all that you've learned, all that you've imagined. It's a testament to your own journey, a journey that, like the map, is ever evolving, full of unexpected twists and turns. The afternoon sun now drifts lazily through the scriptorium, and as you sit back and admire the map, you feel a sense of quiet accomplishment. The gold leaf along the coasts catches the light beautifully, and the land seems to hum with life, as though it could step off the page at any moment. You let out a soft breath, fingers tapping gently on the desk, still feeling the weight of the world you've created. The map is nearly finished, but something subtle is still missing. It's as if you've been adding pieces of a puzzle, but haven't quite found the final piece that brings it all together. You wonder if it's a particular detail, a small touch that will bring balance, or perhaps a shift in perspective. The lands are vivid, the seas rich with detail, and yet there's still that faint sensation that it's not quite whole. Then it strikes you. It's the people. The towns and cities you've marked with careful precision. Those places where the ink has flowed to create neat little dots are all well and good. But these maps, the ones that truly hold the imagination, are the ones that tell the stories of those who lived there. The merchants, the traders, the villagers, and the monks. Each of these individuals made their mark on the land, however small it may seem. And so it is time to bring their stories to life. You pick up your brush again, this time dipping it into a deep brown pigment, the rich color almost like the earth itself. There's no hurry in your movements, no rush to complete the task. The idea of filling in the cities and towns with stories feels almost sacred, like you're stitching together the past and present, weaving lives into the fabric of the map. Each settlement will have its own soul, its own identity. You begin to paint in small symbols beside the towns, symbols that represent the essence of the places. For a merchant city near the border, you add a tiny cartwheel rolling over a path. For a monastery town nestled in the hills, a small cross, and for a coastal port, a tiny ship, its sails unfurled in the wind. It's not about making the map accurate in the sense of geographical precision. It's about making it real in a way that speaks to the hearts of those who will one day study it. The symbols add a layer of depth to the map, transforming it into something more than a mere collection of land masses. It's a representation of life itself. Historians still argue whether the inclusion of these symbols was a practical choice. After all, these maps were meant to be used by travelers, or whether they were an artistic flourish, something added for the sake of beauty and meaning. But as you paint these small touches, you realize it doesn't matter. The map is not just for the present, it is for the future too. It is meant to evoke a sense of place, a feeling of connection. A person viewing this map centuries from now might never travel to these lands, but they will understand something of them, just as you do now. The symbols aren't mere decoration. They're a bridge, linking the lives of those who lived here with those who will come after. As you step back and take in your work, you see it now. The map is no longer a blank canvas with a few painted lines. It's a world, alive and rich with stories, colors, and history. You've created a place that exists not just in the minds of those who will look at it, but in your own heart, and perhaps in the hearts of those who follow. The scriptorium is still, save for the faint rustle of parchment and the occasional scratch of the brush. You sit back, exhausted but satisfied, your work nearing completion. The map, like the land it depicts, has come to life, and now, for a brief moment, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The merchants trading in their bustling markets, the monks praying quietly in their cells, the sailors guiding their ships to new shores. It is, in a sense, a moment suspended in time, both past and future coming together to breathe life into a map that will outlive you. The brush in your hand feels heavier now, as though it has absorbed the weight of the map, the history, and the world you've created. Each stroke, once a simple task, now feels sacred. As you add the finishing touches, refining the borders, deepening the gold on the coastlines, and brushing a final layer of pigment over the mountains, you realize how deeply this work has become embedded in your thoughts. It's not just ink and parchment anymore. It's a manifestation of the land itself, a map that contains more than geography. It contains the essence of the world. The room around you is silent. The scriptorium, once filled with the sounds of your fellow scribes and monks, now feels empty in its quiet. It's as though the space itself is holding its breath, waiting for you to finish. The map sits before you, no longer just a map, but a symbol of effort, time, and care. It's the kind of creation that takes on a life of its own. You feel a connection to it, as though it could speak to you, if it only had the words. You take a step back from the table, stretching your arms. Your eyes scan over the map once more, taking in every detail. The land masses now seem to breathe. The cities pulse with activity, the forests rustle with the sound of unseen creatures, and the seas churn with the energy of distant storms. For the first time, the map feels like it's not something you've created. It feels like it's something that has always existed, waiting for someone to uncover it. Historians still argue whether medieval maps were ever truly finished. Many of the maps from this time period were constantly being updated, with new discoveries and shifting borders. Some maps were even left deliberately open-ended, allowing future generations to add to them. In a way, this map, your map, feels the same. It's complete, yes, but in another sense, it is always unfinished. It will always be a work in progress, an invitation for future explorers to add their own details, to bring the world even further to life. As you gaze at it one final time, you realize that it's more than just a document of the world's geography. It's a testament to the idea that the world is constantly evolving, that there is always more to discover, more to understand, and more to dream about. You've created something that will outlast you, something that will live on in the hands of those who come after. It's a gift, a legacy. And yet, as much as you can appreciate the work you've done, there's a small part of you that wonders if it will ever be enough. Will future generations look at this map and see what you see? Will they understand the care, the intention, the love that went into every detail? Or will it be just another artifact, gathering dust in a forgotten corner of history? You try not to dwell on it. After all, your job wasn't to ensure it was remembered. It was simply to create it. The rest is beyond your control. Still, the thought lingers in your mind as you stand up, stretching your tired muscles. You roll up the map carefully, your fingers brushing the edges one last time before you tuck it under your arm and prepare to leave the scriptorium. For now, the map is yours alone, but soon it will belong to history. As you leave the scriptorium and step into the courtyard, the Aichi world feels different somehow. The map, now safely rolled up and tucked under your arm, feels like a piece of your own soul, like you're carrying the world with you. It's strange, the way something that was once just ink and parchment can come to embody so much. The sun is setting low in the sky, casting long golden rays across the stone walls of the monastery. The air is cool now, with a hint of evening dew beginning to settle. You breathe deeply, the crispness of it mixing with the soft, familiar smell of the earth beneath your feet. It's a peaceful moment, and yet there's an undercurrent of something more, something heavier, something that speaks to the very heart of creation. The map you've made is a link between the past and the future, a bridge between worlds that have been and worlds that will come. It's a strange feeling, knowing that something you've created will travel through time, carried by those who follow. As you walk through the monastery garden, your footsteps light on the cobblestones, you think about the monks who have walked this same path before you. Their work was different, but perhaps not so dissimilar. They too sought to create something that would last, something that would bridge the gap between the temporal and the eternal. The illuminated manuscripts they painstakingly copied by hand were their creations, their gift to the world. And now, your map, your own contribution to this sacred tradition, joins them. You glance down at the map tucked beneath your arm, its rolled edges gently pressing against your side. You feel a soft pride swell within you, tempered with a quiet humility. What you've done here isn't just about your skill with brush and ink. It's about something deeper, something that speaks to the very essence of human endeavor. It's about the impulse to record, to capture, to understand the world around you, and in the process, to add something to the world that will endure. Perhaps that's why the medieval map makers and the scribes who worked beside them were so revered, because they were more than just artisans. They were chroniclers, record keepers, dreamers. Historians still argue whether the desire to create these maps was truly about practical needs, like navigation or trade routes, or whether there was a deeper spiritual longing at play. After all, many maps from this time period were embellished with fantastical elements, dragons, sea monsters, and strange creatures that didn't exist in the world we know today. Some believe these elements were included not just as whimsy, but as symbols of something greater, a reminder that the world was not just a collection of places to be mapped, but a vast, unknowable mystery to be revered. As you reach the outer gate of the monastery, you stop for a moment and look out at the landscape. The hills roll gently in the distance, the valley below bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The world feels vast, limitless, and yet, in your hands it is contained, carefully charted, recorded, made tangible. It's strange to think that one day, this map will leave your hands and travel far beyond the walls of the monastery. It might end up in a library, studied by scholars, or in the hands of travelers seeking to navigate distant lands. Or perhaps it will be forgotten, tucked away in some dusty corner, overlooked by time. But that doesn't matter, does it? For you, this map is alive. It's part of you, part of your journey, part of your effort to make sense of the world. And, as long as you can feel the brush in your hand, as long as you can lose yourself in the process of creation, the map will continue to live. It doesn't need to be remembered by anyone else to be meaningful. With a final glance at the horizon, you turn back toward the monastery. The map will be waiting for you, its story far from over. The evening has deepened, and with it comes a sense of quiet finality. The monastery, nestled against the slopes of the hills, seems more still now, the sounds of the world outside fading into the distance. The monks have long since retreated into their chambers for the night, their evening prayers a soft murmur through the stone walls. You, however, are still awake, standing in the small study that has become your sanctuary. The map rests before you once again, carefully unfurled, the ink still fresh, the gold leaf catching the dim candlelight. There's a moment of hesitation as you gaze down at the map. It feels almost like a living thing now, each line and curve, imbued with meaning, each color telling a story. You've spent countless hours on it, more than you can count, more than you care to admit. But now, for the first time, you wonder, is it enough? You know the map will eventually be passed on, handed to another scribe or perhaps even a noble patron. Perhaps someone will gaze at it hundreds of years from now, marveling at the work, trying to decipher the meaning behind the symbols and the borders. Will they understand it the way you do? Will they see the intent, the heart, behind every stroke? Or will it become just another artifact, another relic of a time gone by like so many before it? Your thoughts swirl as the candle flickers. The monks, when they speak of their work, always speak of it in terms of devotion, a gift to God, a gift to the world. You never truly understood that, not until now. The map you've created may not have been born from the same spiritual devotion that guided the monks' illuminated texts, but in a way it shares that same desire, the need to leave something behind. A mark, a trace, a proof of your existence in a world that seems so vast and unknown. Historians still debate whether maps like yours were simply tools for navigation, or whether they were part of a greater, more spiritual endeavor. Were they meant to help the wandering soul find their way through the physical world? Or were they also meant to guide the heart, to provide comfort in the unknown? The answers, as with many things, are elusive. But you've come to understand that perhaps the map doesn't have to answer anything at all. It simply has to be. The act of creation itself is enough. You take a breath and lean closer to the map, running your fingers over the delicate lines. The texture of the parchment is soft beneath your touch, the ink cool. There's something profoundly satisfying about this, the completion of a task that has consumed you for so long. It's as if the map has become a reflection of your own journey, each mark on it a part of your story, each detail a fragment of your soul. You've poured everything into this work, and now it stands as a testament to your labor, your creativity, and your vision. As you take in the scene before you, a soft weight settles over you, part satisfaction, part wonder. You've created something that will outlast you, something that will endure through time, perhaps even inspiring those who will one day look upon it. And in that you find a kind of peace. The world outside is dark now, the moon high above the hills. The monastery is quiet, the air still. And here, in this small, dimly lit room, your map waits. It's done. It's a part of you, and in a sense, it always will be. And in the morning, when you share it with others, it will begin its journey. Through time, carrying with it a bit of your spirit, your dream, your vision. For now, you let the quiet of the night embrace you. You take one last look at the map, and then, with a sigh, you allow the stillness to settle over you, knowing that, for a brief moment, everything is as it should be. The morning comes slowly, as if the world itself is reluctant to stir from the quiet embrace of the night. You wake early, your mind still heavy with thoughts of the map, its shapes and colors swirling in your mind as though they've become a part of you, woven into the fabric of your thoughts. The monastery is silent, save for the faint hum of early morning birds outside, their songs a soft lullaby that fills the empty air. The work you've done, the map you've created, feels almost like a dream, like something that exists between two worlds, one of ink and parchment, and another that stretches far beyond your understanding. You stretch and yawn, the weight of the night's contemplations lingering in your bones. It's strange, isn't it? How something so seemingly mundane, a map, a document of space and place, can occupy so much of your thoughts. But it does. And today, the reality of what you've done settles in fully. The map is finished, ready to be shared, ready to find its way into the hands of someone who will look upon it and see it not as you do, but as their own creation, a reflection of their own journey. Historians still debate whether medieval maps were considered sacred objects by the people who created them. After all, many early maps were created in monastic settings by monks who spent years in isolation, focused entirely on their work. Was the map merely a tool of practical use, or was it part of something larger, a way to interpret the world through a lens of faith and understanding? Some scholars suggest that the intricate designs and the mythical creatures that appeared on many maps were not just artistic flourishes, but symbols meant to convey divine truths, reminders that the world is both physical and spiritual. You gather your thoughts and rise from your desk, the early morning light now spilling into your study. The map is still where you left it, resting in quiet defiance of the passage of time. For a moment you hesitate, almost reluctant to leave this place, to let go of the map that has been your companion for so long. You roll it carefully, the sound of the parchment faint and soft as it gathers back into its cylindrical form. Each motion feels like the last thread of a dream slowly unraveling. As you step out into the monastery's garden, the cold morning air hits your face with the sharpness of reality. The world beyond the walls of the scriptorium feels larger now, more expansive. The hills stretch endlessly before you, the valley below a patchwork of green and brown, and for the first time, you feel the weight of it all, the vastness of the world, the distances between lands, between people. And yet, for a brief moment, everything feels connected through the work you've done. It's as though your map has pulled all of it closer to you, making the world smaller and more intimate. As you approach the courtyard, you spot one of the monks, Brother Thomas, sitting by the entrance, his face softened by the early light. You know he has spent many years in the monastery, focused on the written word, his hands as steady as yours were last night, turning the pages of ancient texts and copying scripture with a devotion that could never be fully measured. When he sees you, he offers a slight nod, his eyes gleaming with the quiet wisdom that comes only with age. You stop before him, the map tucked under your arm. The moment feels oddly sacred, as if you're standing on the edge of something much larger than yourself. You don't speak immediately, instead letting the silence stretch between you. The map, now so familiar to you, feels heavier in this moment. Brother Thomas looks at you, his gaze lingering on the rolled parchment in your hands. He doesn't need to ask what it is. The weight of history is apparent in the simple way he regards you, and in that moment you realize something profound. This work, this creation, is no longer yours alone. It belongs to the world now, your vision, your contribution to the tapestry of human endeavor. Without a word, you hand him the map. Historians still argue whether maps like these were ever meant to be shared in such a way, whether the act of gifting a map was an intimate exchange or a gesture of service. Some see it as an offering of knowledge, while others view it as a transfer of power. But for you, this feels more like a quiet recognition, an acknowledgement that the work has come full circle. What began as a solitary task has become a shared experience, one that will echo far beyond these walls. Brother Thomas takes the map carefully, his fingers brushing the delicate parchment. He doesn't open it, doesn't examine the details right away. Instead, he simply holds it, as if understanding the weight it carries, not just in ink and pigment, but in meaning. For a brief moment, everything feels still. The moment stretches into an eternity, the world holding its breath around you. Brother Thomas holds the map as if it's a fragile secret, something that must be handled with reverence. And perhaps it is. You stand there, watching him, the weight of his quiet presence heavy in the air. His fingers trace the rolled edge, his eyes scanning the details, even though the map is still tightly wound. There's no need to speak, not yet. Everything that needs to be said seems to hang in the space between you. Finally, after what feels like an age, Brother Thomas speaks. His voice is low, but it carries a certain weight, a quiet approval that makes your chest swell with pride. "You've done well," he says, his gaze lingering on the map, the corners of his mouth twitching into a small, knowing smile. You nod, a mixture of relief and pride washing over you. It's one thing to create something, to put your energy and thought into every brushstroke and color choice, but to have someone else, someone who has spent their life in the world of sacred texts and ancient scrolls, acknowledge your work. This feels different. It feels like the moment when the solitary task becomes part of something larger, a tradition, a lineage. It's no longer just your work. It's part of a greater tapestry. Historians still debate the role of monks in the creation of medieval maps. Many consider them to be the unsung heroes of early cartography, the ones who preserved the ancient knowledge of the world while simultaneously creating their own interpretations of it. These maps weren't simply practical. They were art, infused with the monks' worldview, their spiritual insights, and their understanding of the divine. Maps weren't just for navigation. They were a way of engaging with God's creation, a way to understand the world as both a physical and spiritual place. As you stand there, the map now in Brother Thomas's hands, you begin to feel the weight of that legacy. What you've created may not be a work of religious devotion, but it is an expression of your own journey, a way of seeing and interpreting the world that will outlast you. The feeling is humbling, and it fills you with a quiet sense of peace. Your work will continue, not in the way you might have imagined, but in the way it needs to. It will travel through time, passed from hand to hand, transforming as it goes. And perhaps in time, someone else will see the world through your eyes, will understand it in the same way you did when you first began this journey. Brother Thomas looks up at you, his eyes soft. "It is ready," he says simply. And with those words, you know that the map has completed its journey. The creation has found its purpose, and you've done what you set out to do. You've shared your vision, and now it will belong to the world. He stands, slowly unrolling the map in his hands, and for a brief moment you catch a glimpse of it. The mountains, the oceans, the cities, all coming to life under the dim light of the monastery. For a moment it feels as though the map itself is breathing, as though it's waking up after a long slumber, ready to fulfill its purpose. The sun begins to rise over the hills, spilling light across the courtyard in soft golden rays. You feel the warmth on your face, the soft glow of the early morning giving everything a new light, a new possibility. It's a quiet kind of rebirth. The world waking up to the map just as you have. The world is always turning, always moving forward, and now your creation moves with it, a part of something much larger than yourself. And with that, you leave the monastery garden. The map is in good hands. It will be studied, admired, and perhaps one day even revered. But for now, you walk away, feeling the weight of the world lift off your shoulders. For a brief moment, you are free from the map's grasp, able to look forward instead of back. It is finished, and in its completion, you are free. As you leave the monastery behind, the world outside feels different, as though you've stepped into a new chapter of your life. The road before you stretches wide and open, bathed in the soft, golden light of dawn. You breathe deeply, taking in the cool morning air, feeling the weight of your accomplishment settle lightly on your shoulders. The map is no longer yours, but you don't feel a sense of loss. Instead, it's like you've passed a torch to someone else, someone who will carry it further than you ever could. The world is bigger now, and somehow so are you. The journey back to the town is uneventful, the same quiet rhythm to the day as the one before. But now it's imbued with a sense of calm that makes the familiar path feel almost sacred. The trees along the roadside sway gently in the breeze, and birds sing high above in the branches. There's a comforting sense of routine, the world continuing as it always has, even as your heart swells with the knowledge that you've created something that will outlast you. Historians still argue whether medieval maps were merely functional or whether they represented something deeper, a desire to capture not just the geography of the world, but also the very essence of it. Some believe that the maps served as tools for understanding the divine, an attempt to reconcile the vastness of creation with human comprehension. Others suggest that the beauty and intricacy of the maps were meant to inspire awe, to remind the viewer of the mystery and wonder of the world. Either way, one thing is clear: these maps were much more than simple guides. They were works of art, filled with meaning and purpose, designed not just to direct but to transform. As you walk, your thoughts drift back to the map you've just completed. It feels almost surreal to think that something so personal, something that took so much of your energy and time, is now part of the greater world. But that's the way of things, isn't it? Creation is a transient act. Once something is made, it begins its own journey, moving through time, passed from one person to the next. You've added your thread to the tapestry of history, and now it will weave its way through the hands of those who come after you. You reach the town and make your way through the familiar streets, the hustle and bustle of daily life all around you. It's strange, isn't it? How life goes on, regardless of what you've accomplished, regardless of what you've created. People are still haggling in the market, still laughing and gossiping outside the tavern, still living their lives as they always have. And yet, something has changed within you. You've stepped into a new phase of existence. Your work is out there now, part of the larger world, and though it feels like a quiet thing, it has the power to echo through time in ways you can't yet fully understand. You stop at the small square, the place where the traders gather to sell their wares. The bustle of the town seems almost distant, like it's happening in a world separate from the one you now inhabit. The map is no longer yours to control, no longer yours to shape, but the idea of it lingers, quietly, in the back of your mind. The familiar sounds of the marketplace, voices, laughter, the rustle of fabric, fade into the background as you let your thoughts settle. You realize now that the act of creation was never about the final product. It was about the journey, about what you learned along the way. The map wasn't just a tool. It was a process. It was a way of seeing the world, a way of understanding it and making sense of it in your own terms. Historians still debate whether the medieval cartographer was a solitary figure or a part of a larger network of knowledge and creation. Were these artists working alone in their studies, or were they part of a community, sharing ideas and techniques? Some argue that the act of map-making was inherently collaborative, that each map was a reflection of the ideas and knowledge passed down through generations. Others suggest that the maps were deeply personal, reflections of the individual creator's understanding of the world. In the end, it doesn't matter. What matters is that your map is part of that greater conversation, whether you intended it to be or not. You reach your home, the quiet solitude of your small abode, a welcome contrast to the busy marketplace. The door creaks softly as you push it open, and for a moment, you simply stand there, letting the silence settle around you. You are alone now, free from the demands of creation, free from the weight of expectation, and in this moment, you feel a deep sense of peace. The evening settles over the town like a soft, familiar blanket, and you find yourself once again at peace with the world around you. The day has passed quietly, and as the sun dips below the horizon, you sit in the solitude of your home, reflecting on the journey you've just completed. The map you crafted, once just a concept in your mind, is now out of your hands, a tangible legacy that will outlive you, moving on through the world in ways you cannot yet fathom. The flickering light of the hearth casts dancing shadows across the walls as you pour yourself a cup of wine. The town outside is quiet now, the sounds of market stalls being dismantled and the last calls from the tavern fading with the night. Everything feels still, as if the world is resting. You sip the wine slowly, the warmth spreading through your chest, and allow yourself to relax. The pressure that once gripped you, urging you to complete this map, to make it perfect, has melted away. The work is done. There is nothing left to prove. For a moment you wonder what those who will come after you will think of your map. Will they see it as you do? A reflection of your own worldview, your own attempt to make sense of the vast world? Will they even care about the small details, the choice of color, the placement of the rivers, the subtle variations in the mountains? Or will they simply see it as a tool, a guide, to help them navigate an ever-changing world? Historians still argue whether the impact of a medieval map can truly be measured. Some believe that maps were seen as simple tools for navigation, while others suggest that they were far more significant, not just as instruments of exploration, but as representations of the worldview of the time. These maps were, in a way, windows into the minds of the creators, their values, their fears, and their understanding of the world. But, like all things, the interpretation changes with time. Perhaps one day, someone will look at your map and see it not just as a geographical representation, but as a piece of history, a reflection of the time in which it was made. You lean back in your chair, the warmth of the fire making the air feel heavier around you. The simple comforts of home, the crackle of the fire, the scent of the earth, the familiar creak of the floorboards seem almost amplified in their presence now. It's as if the act of creating the map has made you hyper-aware of your surroundings, of the way the light falls, of the way the shadows move. There's a strange kind of magic in that, isn't there? The way that creation, whether it's a work of art, a song, a book, or a map, can make you more attuned to the world around you. The world feels different now, as if it's filled with small secrets waiting to be uncovered. You pause, the silence of the room settling into a comfortable rhythm. You've spent so many months lost in the details of your map that it's almost strange to think of the world outside in its unmarked state. The cities, the rivers, the mountains, these were the landmarks that defined your reality for so long. But now, they exist only as part of the past. The map has been completed, and with it, you've completed your journey too. As you finish your wine, the warmth lingers in your chest, and the finality of the task settles into your bones. The world outside is vast, but in this moment, you've carved out your place in it. Your map may have been a way to define the unknown, to impose order on chaos, but now you realize it was more than that. It was a bridge between worlds, the known and the unknown, the familiar and the foreign, the past and the future. And now that it's done, you can allow yourself the luxury of resting, of knowing that you've left a mark, however small, on the ever-unfolding tapestry of history. Historians will debate the significance of your work for years to come, but, for now, as you settle into the quiet of your home, you know one thing with certainty. You've made something that will endure. The map may one day be forgotten, lost to time, but in this moment, it is yours. And that is enough. As the night deepens, the fire in the hearth begins to wane, casting only the faintest of glows against the walls of your small, humble abode. The warmth, now a quiet ember, seems to mirror the mood inside you. Content, restful, yet touched by something that feels like quiet satisfaction. You stretch your legs out in front of you, letting the weight of the day drift away. The work is finished, the map is out there, and for the first time in a long while, you find yourself. Truly, fully still. The outside world seems distant now, removed from the reverie you've created within these walls. The sounds of the town, the clattering of carts, the chatter of merchants, the clinking of tankards at the local tavern, are a world apart from the silence you've crafted here in your home. You feel a strange kinship with the monks who once labored in quiet corners of scriptoriums, their hands steady as they worked, with only the flicker of candlelight for company. In those moments, there was no rush, no need to be anywhere but here, in this space between thought and action. Historians still debate whether the quiet, solitary life of the mapmaker was truly a curse or a blessing. Some see it as a necessary sacrifice for the creation of something great, while others wonder if it was simply a byproduct of the social isolation inherent in medieval times. Were these men lonely? Or were they perhaps simply at peace with their work? The answer, like so many things, is elusive. But there's a part of you that understands it, the sense of solitude not as an absence, but as a presence. It's the space where creation happens, where thoughts are allowed to breathe and grow. You think back on those long hours spent bent over your desk, each stroke of the brush and each layer of color an act of dedication. There were days when the world outside seemed so distant, as though it no longer mattered. The map was your world, its edges and contours your only reality. And in those moments, you found yourself lost to the process, completely immersed in the task at hand, unaware of the passing time. But now, with the map complete and out of your hands, you can't help but marvel at the journey. You started with a blank page, a simple idea, and you gave it life. The world you created, filled with mountains and rivers, cities and kingdoms, now exists beyond you, stretching out into the future, influencing others in ways you cannot yet see. As the fire burns lower, you feel a quiet sense of gratitude wash over you. You are not one of the great explorers who mapped out distant lands, nor are you the first to capture the vastness of the earth on parchment. Yet, in your own way, you've contributed. Your map is not just a collection of lines and colors. It is a record of your understanding of the world, of how you saw the connections between places, how you interpreted the spaces that stretched beyond your own experience. Historians will likely never agree on whether your map was a masterpiece or merely another example of medieval cartography. Some will surely look at it as an artifact of its time, an expression of the era's understanding of geography. Others might see it as a work of art, imbued with personal meaning and a reflection of the creator's inner world. Whatever the interpretation, you know the truth. This map was your creation. It was born from your mind, your hands, your soul. And now, as you sit in the stillness of your home, the work complete and the world continuing around you, there's only peace. You've given your piece to history, and in doing so, you've created a space where your work can continue to evolve, to be interpreted, to be lived on by those who will come after you. For a moment, you close your eyes, letting the silence fill your mind. There's nothing more to do now, no more colors to choose, no more details to perfect. The map is finished, and so too is your task. You have done what you set out to do, and now all that's left is to simply be. And with that, the quiet embraces you, the fire's last embers flickering softly as you drift into the peaceful embrace of sleep. The world outside carries on, unchanged, but in this small, quiet room, everything is exactly as it should be. The early morning light seeps through the small cracks in your window, gently nudging you from a deep, dreamless sleep. For a moment, you're disoriented, unsure of the time or the place, but the weight of the day's events quickly settles. Back in. The map, the work, the journey, sits in the background of your mind like an old friend you've just said goodbye to. You let out a slow breath and rise. Your body still heavy with sleep, but your spirit lighter than it has been in weeks. The soft hum of the town wakes up around you, the quiet murmur of daily life picking up as the first workers and traders begin to stir. Outside your door, you hear the clinking of tools being prepared for another long day's work. There is a strange contrast between the outside world, always moving and changing, and the quiet stillness that fills your home. You've become accustomed to this slow rhythm, and it feels oddly comforting, almost sacred in its own way. As you stretch and begin to prepare for the day ahead, a thought lingers at the back of your mind. What now? You've finished your map, your task has been completed. The world continues to turn, but your role in it has shifted. The tension, the pressure to create something perfect, has dissolved, and with it comes a strange sense of freedom. For the first time in a long while, you don't feel driven by a looming task. The world outside may continue its own frenetic pace, but you've reached a kind of peace. Historians still argue whether the creation of a map was, in its own way, a kind of pilgrimage, a journey into the unknown to find meaning and understanding. Some suggest that cartographers saw themselves as explorers, charting not just geographical space but spiritual territory as well. In many ways, the work you've just completed mirrors that idea. The map is more than a representation of the land. It's a reflection of your own journey, your own quest for understanding. The streets outside are already beginning to fill with townspeople going about their business, the rhythm of the day picking up once more. You watch it all from your window, the endless cycle of activity, and you realize that life goes on, always moving forward. The map you created is a piece of that. It will continue its journey, just as you have. You, too, have become part of something larger, part of a world that is always evolving, always shifting. But for now, you feel no desire to rush ahead. Instead, you savor the calm of the morning, the warmth of your home, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that the work is done. You can rest now. The map is no longer just your creation. It is part of a legacy that will continue to unfold. You've done what you set out to do, and in doing so, you've fulfilled your own journey. The rest is beyond you, flowing forward. Like the rivers you so carefully painted onto the map's surface. You gather your things slowly, moving with the unhurried pace of someone who has nothing urgent to do. The world may continue its ceaseless movement, but here, in this moment, you are free from its demands. The map you created will not be the last of your work, but for now, it is enough. It stands as a record of your thoughts, your efforts, and your vision. You are at peace, knowing that this piece of your life, this map, is complete. Historians might argue about the purpose of medieval maps for centuries to come, but for you, it's simple. The map was never about geography, at least not in the way others might think. It was about understanding the world in the only way you knew how, through creation, through art. And in that, there is peace. As you step outside, you pause, allowing the breeze to brush against your skin, the cool air carrying with it the promise of another day. The world, vast and ever-expanding, awaits. But for now, it's enough to just be. The town is bathed in the soft glow of morning light as you step outside, the air crisp but inviting. For a moment, you simply stand at the threshold of your door, breathing it all in, the scent of fresh earth, the faint hum of early activities, and the distant murmur of people already beginning their daily routines. It's a peaceful kind of chaos, a reminder that while your journey has come to an end, the world around you never truly stops. As you wander through the familiar streets, A feeling of satisfaction lingers in your chest, subtle but undeniable. The map may have been a solitary undertaking, a quiet task performed under flickering candlelight, but now it exists in the world. It has joined the flow of history, carrying with it the imprint of your hand. And while it may not change the course of history, it has, in its own way, joined the chorus of countless other creations, each contributing a note to the great symphony of time. You pass by the market square, where traders are already setting up their wares. Bright fabrics, fresh vegetables, and the sweet smell of baked bread filling the air. The sounds of the town come to life in waves, the chatter of voices and the jingle of cart wheels pulling you back to the present moment. It's strange how quickly the world moves on, how quickly people forget the individual efforts that shape it. Yet you know, deep down, that your map will outlast the fleeting moments of this busy town. It will continue its journey, even when you've long faded from memory. Historians often argue whether medieval maps were truly reflections of the world or more symbolic interpretations. Some scholars believe that these maps were designed not to give precise geographical data, but to represent the creator's worldview, their beliefs, fears, and aspirations. There's a school of thought that sees medieval maps as spiritual exercises, representations of the known and unknown that transcended mere navigation. You wonder if your own map fits that mold, if it holds more meaning than what can be measured, in miles and degrees. Perhaps it does, perhaps it doesn't. Either way, it exists now, and that is enough. As you stroll through the streets, you begin to notice something strange. Subtle changes in the way people interact with you. It's not that they're acting differently, but there's a certain awareness, a recognition of something you can't quite place. Some of the older townsfolk seem to look at you with a kind of reverence, though you can't be sure whether it's for your work or simply the fact that you've been holed up for so long. The younger children glance curiously in your direction, whispering among themselves as if something has shifted in the air. Something they don't yet understand but feel nonetheless. You realize with a small smile that your work, your map, has quietly seeped into the fabric of this town, even if just in small ways. It's not something they can touch or see in its entirety, but it has become a part of the collective consciousness, a new piece in the puzzle of their lives. It's the strangest feeling, knowing that something you created will continue to ripple outward, touching lives in ways you may never fully grasp. Historians still argue about the influence of medieval cartography on the development of modern maps. Some claim that these early maps were primitive and largely inaccurate, while others believe that they laid the groundwork for the more precise maps of the Renaissance and beyond. But regardless of the accuracy or utility of these maps, one thing is clear. They were the product of human curiosity, creativity, and a desire to understand the world. They weren't perfect, but they were the best the world could do at the time, and in that, they hold a unique place in history. You stop at the edge of the square and look out at the horizon, where the faint outline of the mountains begins to blur with the rising mist. It's a view you've seen countless times, but today, it feels different. You wonder, for the briefest moment, what it would be like to set off into those mountains, to explore new lands and chart unfamiliar territories. The thought flits across your mind, but you quickly dismiss it. That journey is for someone else. You've already made your mark in your own way. Instead, you turn back toward the town, letting the familiar streets pull you in again. The map is out there now, part of the world, and though it may seem small in the grand scheme of things, it's still yours. It will continue on its journey, long after you've stopped. But for now, you can let the quiet peace of the morning settle back into your bones. The day is still young, and there are many more moments to be savored before it ends. The town is waking up in earnest now, the sounds of life and labor growing louder with each passing moment. The markets hum with activity, and the streets fill with the steady rhythm of the day's work. Yet, as you walk through the familiar thoroughfares, a sense of calm lingers with you, as if the world around you is moving in slow motion, while you, for just a brief moment, exist outside of its demands. You pause to watch the blacksmith at his forge, the rhythmic clanging of metal. On metal, a sound you've grown accustomed to. The smell of heated iron fills the air, sharp and metallic, mixing with the earthy scent of wet stone. It's the kind of sound that makes you feel grounded, as if the world is being shaped right before your eyes. You wonder if this is what it felt like to be a cartographer, laboring over parchment and ink, shaping the world one stroke at a time, building something that would outlast the fleeting passage of time. Historians often debate whether the act of creating a map is purely technical, or if it carries deeper meaning, an attempt to master the unknown. Some see the cartographer as an artist, their maps imbued with meaning, while others argue that it is simply the work of someone trying to make sense of the chaos around them. Perhaps in the end, it's a bit of both. The technical precision of drawing landforms, the careful calculation of distances, combined with the personal imprint of the creator who shapes the world through their own lens. As you walk away from the forge, your thoughts drift back to your own map. The act of creating it was not simply about geography, it was about perception. You tried to capture the world as you saw it, its vastness, its intricacies, its mysteries, but also its flaws and imperfections. And in doing so, you embedded something of yourself into it. That map, now sitting somewhere in the world, will forever carry the fingerprint of your vision, your experience, and your understanding of what lay before you. A young boy rushes past you, a basket in hand, his eyes wide with the excitement of a new day. You smile at the sight, amused by his boundless energy, the kind that comes from knowing the day ahead holds endless possibilities. You remember that feeling well, the feeling of having the whole world ahead of you, ready to be explored. And, yet, you realize that in many ways, the world has already been explored by you, or at least captured in a way that feels complete. Your map holds the essence of that exploration, a snapshot of your mind and your journey. It may not be perfect, but it is yours. The thought of imperfection lingers, and you realize that it was never about perfection at all. A map, like any creation, is only a reflection of its time and its creator. It can never be flawless, because the world it tries to capture is anything but. Mountains rise and fall, rivers change course, borders shift. The map you created is, in its own way, a living thing, growing and evolving as the world around it does, and that is what makes it beautiful. Historians still argue about the role of medieval maps in shaping the future of exploration. Some believe they were integral to the age of discovery, offering a sense of direction and purpose to explorers embarking on journeys to distant lands. Others suggest that these maps, while impressive in their own right, were more symbolic than practical, representing a world that was much more abstract than we might think. Perhaps there's truth in both perspectives. After all, what is a map, if not a combination of art and science, of the known and the unknown? As you continue your walk, you see a group of scholars gathered outside the local tavern, deep in conversation. Their robes flutter in the breeze as they gesticulate passionately, discussing something that you can't quite make out. Perhaps they too are contemplating the significance of maps, the way they shape our understanding of the world. You smile to yourself, wondering what they would say about yours. Would they see it as just another medieval artifact, or would they appreciate the thought, the care, and the artistry that went into its creation? For a brief moment, you entertain the idea of joining them, of offering your thoughts, your insights into the craft of map-making. But the idea quickly fades. There's no need. Your map speaks for itself. It is a reflection of who you are, and in that, it is more than enough. The sun climbs higher in the sky, its warmth beginning to make the day feel more real, more tangible. You reach the edge of the town and look out toward the fields that stretch beyond, the gentle undulations of the land reminding you of the work you've done, the task you've completed. The map, for all its complexity and detail, is simply a way to interpret the world. And though it may seem small in the grand expanse of history, in this moment, it feels like everything. Historians may continue to debate the role of maps in the unfolding story of the world, but you've come to understand something simple. The act of creating something, of giving shape to the unknown, is in itself an act of understanding. Your map may not chart the future or predict what lies ahead, but it does capture something important, the way you see the world in all its beauty and complexity. And that, in its own way, is enough to last a lifetime. The sun is now high in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the fields stretching beyond the town. The air feels different, heavier with the promise of summer. The soft hum of life continues around you, the distant chatter of people, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the occasional call of a bird high above. It's a tranquil scene, yet you can't shake the feeling that the world is somehow richer now, filled with a kind of subtle energy you hadn't noticed before. It's as if your work, the map, the journey, the quiet dedication, has somehow woven you into the larger fabric of the world in a way that feels both grounding and freeing. You pause at the edge of a field, watching the golden stalks of wheat sway gently in the breeze, their tips catching the sunlight. For a moment, everything feels still. It's as though time has slowed, the world holding its breath, waiting. You inhale deeply, letting the scent of the earth fill your lungs, grounding you in this moment of peace. The map you've created may not have changed the world in any grand way, but it has changed you. You are different now, marked by the quiet labor of creation, by the journey you took to understand the world around you. Historians still debate whether the creation of medieval maps was driven more by necessity or by artistry. Some suggest that these maps were born of a need to control the vast unknown world, while others see them as expressions of the mapmaker's inner vision, an attempt to understand and make sense of the chaos around them. You think back to your own map and realize that for you, it was never about control or dominance. It was about discovery, not of far-off lands, but of yourself, of the world you inhabited, and the ways in which you saw it. As you stand there, in the golden light, you feel a deep sense of gratitude for the process, grateful for the time spent with the brush, the quiet hours of thought, the satisfaction of a job well done. The world, with all its noise and hustle, seems a bit more distant now. You've carved out a small space for yourself, a corner of peace amidst the constant rush. The map, though no longer in your hands, is still a part of you. It carries with it a part of your soul, your understanding, your quiet moments of reflection. The world around you continues to move, of course. The sound of a horse-drawn cart rumbles in the distance, and you watch as a pair of farmers walk toward the town, their faces set in the same rhythm of routine. Yet even in their simplicity, you see something new. The way they carry themselves, the subtle movements of their hands as they tend to the land. It's a reminder that the world, though vast and unknowable, is always in a state of becoming. Each day is another chance to add to the story, to make sense of the chaos. Historians still argue about the role of the cartographer in the larger story of exploration. Was the mapmaker simply a guide, pointing the way for others? Or were they, too, explorers in their own right, charting their own paths of discovery? Some say the mapmaker was more than just a technician. They were an artist, a philosopher, a poet. Their maps were not just tools for navigation, but works of art, filled with meaning and symbolism. You think about your own work and wonder where it fits into this debate. Perhaps, like the land you've mapped, it's both practical and symbolic, a representation of the world as you saw it, but also a reflection of who you were when you created it. You begin to walk again, your pace slow and contemplative, as you make your way back to the town. The streets are busier now, more people going about their daily business, but there's a part of you that feels removed from it all, as if you've stepped out of time for just a moment. The map may have left your hands, but it has taken root, somewhere deeper within you. In some ways, it is as much a part of you as the land it represents. There's a sense of closure now, an understanding that the map is no longer yours alone. It exists in the world, carried by those who will use it, who will look at it and make their own discoveries. It is no longer just a piece of paper, ink, and color. It is a part of the world, a connection between places and people, a record of your journey. The knowledge that it will continue to live on, influencing others in ways you can't yet foresee, fills you with a quiet pride. Historians may debate the lasting impact of your work, but you have come to realize that the true value of the map lies not in its historical significance, but in its ability to connect you to the world and to those who will come after you. It is your legacy, in its own quiet way, and as the day continues to unfold around you, you carry that with you. Not as a burden, but as a gift that will continue to give in ways both large and small long after you've passed into history. The town has fully come to life now, the streets bustling with the energy of a new day. Children run in small packs, their laughter echoing off the stone walls as they chase each other through the square. The sounds of merchants calling out their wares mix with the faint clink of coins, the rustling of fabrics, and the steady rhythm of a blacksmith's hammer. You're aware of it all, the busy hum of daily life, but it feels distant somehow, like you're an observer rather than a participant. The sun, now high overhead, casts long shadows and bathes everything in a warm amber light. As you walk, you're struck by how ordinary it all seems, yet how extraordinary it is in its own way. Life, in all its simple routines, is a form of art, each person's small task a piece of a larger puzzle. You've come to appreciate the quiet, unspoken beauty of these moments, these ordinary scenes that most people take for granted. As you pass a baker's shop, the sweet smell of fresh bread drifts out into the street, wrapping around you like a soft blanket. Your stomach growls in response, a reminder of the simple pleasures of life, the kind that don't require maps or grand adventures to appreciate. You stop for a moment, watching the baker knead dough with practiced hands, his aibakso brow furrowed in concentration. It's a humbling sight, this quiet dedication to craft, and you can't help but think of your own work. Your map, in its own way, was the same, a quiet dedication to something larger than yourself. Historians still argue whether the medieval mapmaker was more like an artisan or a scientist. Some claim the cartographer was a pragmatist, driven by the need for precise measurements and geographic accuracy, while others suggest that their work was more akin to a painter, capturing a vision of the world as they understood it. You think about your own experience and realize that the truth probably lies somewhere in between. The map you created was not just a technical exercise, nor was it merely an artistic endeavor. It was both, a product of your own unique perspective and your understanding of the world around you. You continue your walk, your steps taking you toward the edge of town, where the dirt roads begin to give way to the fields and pastures that surround it. The air is fresher here, tinged with the smell of earth and grass, and the sight of the rolling hills in the distance never fails to make you pause. The land stretches out before you, vast and untamed, reminding you of the limits of human understanding. The map you created captured only a small portion of this world, but in doing so, it made the unfamiliar seem a little more accessible, a little more understandable. For a moment, you stand still, watching as the breeze sweeps through the tall grasses, sending waves rippling across the landscape. It's a beautiful sight, peaceful and humbling, and you realize that, in many ways, it mirrors the work you've done. The map you created was an attempt to capture something vast and unknowable, to make sense of the landscape, both physical and metaphorical. It was a way to understand your place in the world, to chart your own journey. And in doing so, you've left a mark, small but significant. Historians often argue about the accuracy of medieval maps, given the limited knowledge available at the time. Some scholars dismiss them as crude, imprecise, and often fantastical, while others see them as remarkable achievements of human ingenuity, given the tools and knowledge at hand. You, however, see something else in those maps, the echoes of a mind striving to understand the vastness of the world. Yes, the maps were imperfect, but they were the best the creators could do. They were a reflection of their time, of their place in history, and of their yearning to see beyond the horizon. As you take in the view before you, the landscape stretching out to the horizon, you can't help but feel a sense of completion. Your work, though it may never be perfect, has captured a piece of that landscape, a small sliver of the world that will endure. The map is more than just a physical object. It is a record of your own journey, of the time you spent laboring over it, and of the understanding you gained in the process. The townspeople continue their daily routines, the hum of life pressing onward, but for you, there is a kind of quiet satisfaction in knowing that the map is done. It's out there now, part of the world, and you have done what you set out to do. There will be other tasks, other journeys, but for now, this one is complete. And as the afternoon light begins to soften, you feel a sense of peace settle over you, knowing that, for all the world's busyness and noise, you've carved out a small space for yourself, a space where your work, your map, will live on. Historians may debate the significance of your work, but you have come to understand something simple. The map is a reflection of your journey, a small but meaningful piece of the larger story of the world. It will continue to exist, to be studied, and to be used long after you've gone. And in that, there is a quiet kind of immortality. You are a part of something bigger than yourself, something that will continue to evolve, to grow, and to connect people to the world just as your map has done. The day draws on, and with it, the rhythm of life seems to slow, as though the world itself is beginning to unwind. The streets, once bustling with activity, now settle into a more peaceful pace. You continue your walk, passing familiar landmarks that feel like old friends, the baker's stall, the corner where the blacksmith's forge burns brightly even in the midday sun, and the well in the center of the square, where children still gather to fill their jugs. Each of these places, though seemingly ordinary, carries the weight of daily history, the repeated motions of human existence that stretch back through time. As you meander along, your thoughts drift back to the act of creation, the hours spent laboring over the map, the decisions made in the quiet solitude of your workspace. What had once been a blank page, an untouched canvas, now held something meaningful. It was no longer just paper and ink. It was a reflection of you, your view of the world, your understanding of its contours and mysteries. Historians still argue over whether maps from the medieval period were intended more as representations of the world as it truly was, or as metaphysical depictions imbued with meaning far beyond mere geography. Some scholars maintain that medieval cartographers had an imperfect understanding of the physical world, which led them to create maps filled with mythological creatures, imaginary lands, and spiritual symbolism. Others believe these cartographers were remarkably insightful, using the limited knowledge they had to chart vast areas and provide a sense of order in a world that often seemed chaotic and unpredictable. Your own map, though it may not have had the fantastical creatures of older maps, still carries with it a certain mystique, a record of your interpretation of the world as it existed for you at that moment in time. You pass a group of elderly men sitting on a stone bench under the shade of a large oak tree. Their faces are worn, their clothes faded from years of use, yet their eyes are sharp, alert. They speak in low voices, the rhythm of their conversation punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. They seem out of place in this busy town, as though they exist in a different era entirely, one that is slower, quieter, less concerned with the hurried pace of progress. You wonder how they view the world around them, whether they too feel the weight of history, the layers of time that have built up like sediment in the riverbeds of this town. The thought lingers as you continue your walk. It's funny, isn't it? The way time keeps moving, always forward, never backward. Yet, in moments like these, when the world seems to slow down and the air grows heavy with the scent of summer, it feels as though you've caught a glimpse of something timeless. A moment suspended between the past and the present. A breath held between one era and the next. The map you created, in a way, is your own snapshot of this moment, a brief, tangible connection to the present that will one day be looked at by others, long after your footsteps have faded from the streets. And yet, as you walk past the bustling shops and the simple stone homes, you realize that this map is more than just a record of places. It is a reflection of how you saw the world. The mountains, the rivers, the seas, they aren't just geographical markers. They are symbols of the forces, both natural and personal, that shaped your journey. Historians still debate whether the maps of the medieval period should be viewed as artifacts of exploration or simply as representations of personal belief systems. Were they, as some argue, an expression of the cartographer's personal philosophy, or were they merely functional tools meant to guide travelers from one point to another? In truth, they may have been both. After all, how can anyone, especially a cartographer, separate the personal from the practical? A map, even in its most utilitarian form, carries with it a piece of the person who created it, their own understanding of the world, and their attempts to make sense of the chaos of the unknown. As you continue your walk through the town, the fading light of the evening begins to cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets. The air cools, and you pull your cloak a little tighter around you, feeling the crispness of the coming night. There's something about this time of day, this transition from the bustle of the afternoon to the quiet of evening, that seems to reflect your own journey. The map, like the day, is drawing to a close, its final strokes made, its story written. And though it may never be finished in the way a scholar might expect, it is complete in the sense that it has served its purpose. It is a record, a snapshot, a piece of the greater tapestry of history. As the sun sinks lower on the horizon, you find yourself standing on a hill at the edge of the town, overlooking the landscape that stretches out before you. The town, now, small in the distance, seems to hold its breath as the final light of the day fades away. The fields below are bathed in a soft golden hue, and for a moment, everything seems perfect, quiet, still, and full of possibility. You take a deep breath and let the peace of the moment wash over you. Historians may continue to debate the role of maps in the larger context of history, but you know that for you, the map you've created is something more than just a record of place. It is a reflection of the time and space you inhabited, the world as you understood it. It is your mark on the world, your way of saying, I was here. A small but significant piece of history that will carry your name, even if only in whispers, long after you are gone. As the fire crackles softly in the hearth, you settle into your chair, the weight of the day finally lifting from your shoulders. There's a quiet comfort in this familiar space, surrounded by the simple, humble furnishings of your home. The rough-hewn wooden table, the faded tapestry on the wall, the soft rugs that cushion your feet. It's a life lived in small, deliberate steps, each one contributing to a sense of stability and peace. And yet, as you sit there in the flickering light, you find yourself thinking again about the map. You've spent so much time reflecting on its creation, its purpose, its meaning. And yet, there's a part of you that can't help but wonder what comes next. What happens after a map is made? What happens when the work is finished, when the ink has dried and the brush has been set aside? The world doesn't stop moving after all. It continues to evolve, to shift, to grow. You've made your mark. But what about the rest of the world? What about the people who will use your map, the travelers who will walk in your footsteps, the explorers who will chart new lands beyond the edges of what you've created? Historians often debate whether the true value of a map lies in its creation or its use. Was the medieval mapmaker a visionary or simply a craftsman, producing a tool for the people who would come after them? In your case, it seems that both are true. The act of creating the map was a journey in itself, one that required dedication, attention, and insight. But the true measure of its value will only come when others use it, when it helps them make sense of the world, when it guides them on their own journeys of discovery. As you stare into the fire, the glow flickering in the dark, you realize that you've created something more than just a map. You've created a bridge, a connection between the known and the unknown, between the past and the future. You've left something behind that will continue to guide, to inform, to inspire, and perhaps that is the true magic of maps. They are not just static records of place, but living documents, constantly being reinterpreted and reimagined by those who follow in the footsteps of the people who came before them. The fire burns lower now, the shadows on the walls growing longer, and the stillness of the night settles in around you. Outside, the world is quiet. The wind stirs the branches of the trees, and the faint rustling of leaves is the only sound you hear. In this moment of solitude, you feel a sense of peace, knowing that, in some small way, your work will continue to live on, long after the flames have died down, long after the ink on the map has faded. Historians may continue to argue about the specifics of medieval cartography, but you know that your map, like all maps, is more than just a tool. It is a living testament to human curiosity, to the desire to understand, to chart, and to make sense of the world. Your map may not change the course of history, but it will change the way people think about the world. It will shape their understanding of places, of distances, of the connections between the land, the people, and the unknown spaces that lie beyond the horizon. You think back to the beginning of your journey, when you first set out to create this map. It felt like a monumental task, something beyond your reach. But now, looking back, it feels like a natural progression, a way of connecting with the world, of making sense of the mysteries that surround us. The map is not just an end in itself. It is part of an ongoing process, a record of a moment in time that will continue to influence those who come after you. As the fire burns down to embers, you stand up slowly, stretching your arms and letting out a quiet sigh. There's a certain satisfaction in knowing that the map is finished, that your work is done. But there's also a sense of anticipation, of wondering what comes next. What other worlds are out there, waiting to be explored? What new landscapes will you chart in your own way, even if it's just in the quiet moments of thought and reflection? You make your way to your bed, the cool night air brushing against your skin as you draw the covers up around you. There is no grand fanfare, no applause for your work, but somehow that feels just right. The satisfaction of creation is quiet, intimate, shared only with yourself in this space you've carved out, this time that belongs entirely to you. As your eyes begin to flutter shut, you feel a quiet gratitude for the journey you've undertaken, for the map you've created, and for the understanding you've gained along the way. Historians will continue to debate the role of medieval cartographers in the larger narrative of exploration and discovery. But tonight, in the warmth of your own bed, you know that your map will live on, not just as a physical object, but as a part of your own story, a testament to your journey of discovery, and a quiet bridge between the past and the future. As sleep begins to pull you deeper into its embrace, you let go of the weight of the day, knowing that you have created something that will continue to shape the world in ways both large and small. And in that, there is peace. The morning light filters softly through the small window above your bed, the first rays of dawn casting a pale glow across the room. The world outside is still, the streets and fields lying in the quiet embrace of early morning. The air is fresh, almost crisp, as though the earth itself is waking from a deep, restful sleep. You stretch slowly, savoring the stillness of the moment before the day begins. For now, it's just you and the quiet of the world, a perfect stillness before the inevitable bustle. As you rise and move toward the window, you can't help but think of the map again. The process of creating it was long, meticulous, but now it feels like something separate from you, a thing that exists beyond the confines of your own small world. You wonder if the same can be said of all maps. Are they really a reflection of the world, or do they reflect something deeper, something personal about the person who made them? Historians often discuss the notion of perspective in cartography, debating whether a map reflects objective reality or whether it's inherently shaped by the perspective of its creator. Some argue that all maps are, in a way, subjective, shaped by the cultural, political, and personal biases of the mapmaker. Others believe that a map, at its core, is an attempt to objectively record geographical features. Your own map, though, seemingly simple, is no exception to this debate. It carries traces of your own worldview, your values, your priorities, what you chose to include, what you left out. These decisions were guided not just by geographical considerations, but by your perception of the world around you. You pause for a moment, watching as a bird flutters past your window, its wings catching the light as it soars into the sky. It's a fleeting, beautiful thing, a reminder of how small moments, like the act of creating a map, can ripple outward, shaping things in ways you might never fully understand. Perhaps that's the true magic of it. The way a single stroke of ink, a single decision about what to chart, can change how someone sees the world. The map you created is, in a way, a small seed of potential, one that will continue to grow as others use it, as others bring their own perspectives to it. As you prepare for the day ahead, your mind lingers on the idea of perspective. In the same way that you shaped your map based on what you understood of the world, the people who use it will bring their own interpretations to it. The map may lead someone across a vast continent, but it will also shape how they view that land, how they understand its places, its distances, its mysteries. The map will become, in essence, part of their journey, just as it became part of yours. Historians still argue about the role of maps in the context of exploration. Are they simply tools of navigation, or do they serve as symbolic representations of the world's order as guides to both physical and intellectual journeys? Your own creation, though it may seem like a straightforward tool, serves as both, a practical guide for those who will follow, but also a reflection of your own path, your own process of discovery. It's a quiet, personal thing, this map. But in the hands of others, it will become something more. It will transform, evolve, and take on new meanings. You head outside now, the sun rising higher in the sky, the town slowly coming to life around you. The streets are still empty, save for the occasional figure making their way to work, the distant chatter of a cart being unloaded. There is a stillness to the town, as though the day itself is still waking up, stretching its limbs, readying itself for the tasks ahead. You breathe in deeply, taking in the fresh air, feeling the cool morning embrace your skin. The simple act of stepping outside feels like an affirmation of everything that has come before, the work, the quiet dedication, the journey that has led to this moment. As you walk through the streets, you pass the familiar landmarks, the bakery, the forge, the well, and you realize how much they have come to represent for you. They are not just physical places, but markers of a world you have come to understand and navigate. The map you created is a part of this world, yes, but it is also a map of your journey, of the way you have come to see the spaces between these landmarks. You think of the travelers who will use it, how they will trace their own paths across the land, perhaps pausing at the same landmarks, perhaps taking a different route altogether. Each journey is personal, each map a reflection of its maker's unique perspective. Historians may continue to debate the significance of medieval maps, but you understand something simple now. A map is never just a map. It is a record, a journey, and a dialogue between past and present. Your map, though it may never be as famous as those of the great explorers or scholars, holds a quiet power, the power to shape how people see the world, how they understand the spaces between the known and the unknown. It's a testament to the ongoing human quest for understanding, for connection, for discovery. The streets are starting to fill now, the sounds of life returning as the day fully takes shape. But as you move through it, you feel different somehow, more aware, more connected to the rhythm of the world around you. You've made your mark, and though it may be small, it's yours. And in this world of ever-moving change, that feels like enough. The sun climbs higher in the sky now, and the warmth of the day begins to seep into every corner of the town. You pause for a moment, standing at the edge of the square, looking out across the bustling scene. The market has come to life. Vendors, calling out to potential customers, children playing, and the sound of livestock stirring in nearby pens. The hum of daily life continues, unbroken, as it always has. The world spins onward, indifferent to the small moments of creation that take place in the shadows of its larger movements. You find yourself lost in the rhythm of it all, the sense that time itself has a way of flowing through the streets, through the people, through the very air you breathe. It's a feeling you've experienced countless times before, but today it feels different. Today, there's a sense of ownership, a quiet pride. The map you created is now a part of this world, a quiet companion to the travelers and explorers who will come after you. It exists as part of this ever-changing tapestry of time, woven into the larger story that is unfolding day by day. In the midst of this, you remember how it all started, the first inklings of the idea, the uncertainty that plagued you at the beginning. When you first set out to make this map, it felt like a monumental task, something far beyond what you were capable of. But now, standing here, in the heart of the world you've mapped, it seems almost simple. Just one more thing in a long line of experiences that have shaped you. One more step on your journey of understanding. It's a strange thing, how something that once felt so foreign, so daunting, can come to feel so familiar. You think of all the small decisions you made along the way, the colors you chose, the borders you set, the names you wrote, and you realize that these decisions were all reflections of your own way of seeing the world. Your map is, in a way, a self-portrait, a record of how you viewed the world at this point in time. It's as much about you as it is about the land it charts. Historians have long debated the idea of cartographic subjectivity, the notion that maps are not neutral, objective representations of the world, but are instead influenced by the cultural, political, and personal biases of the map maker. Some argue that medieval maps were deeply entwined with religious and ideological beliefs, shaping how the world was understood. In your case, though the map was created with practical intent, you know there's a certain degree of subjectivity in every decision you made. How you chose to represent the land, which details to emphasize, which to downplay. It's not just a map of geography. It's a map of your understanding, your perspective. As you walk through the square, you pass a few travelers, their eyes scanning the market for supplies. You wonder if any of them will be the ones to use your map one day. Will they see it as a tool, a simple means of getting from one place to another? Or will they, too, pause and reflect on the invisible threads that connect the places they visit? The way each map tells a story far deeper than just the lay of the land. A voice calls out to you, pulling you back from your thoughts. It's one of the market vendors, an older man with a wide, weathered face. He offers you a smile, the kind that comes from years of experience in knowing just what to say to strangers. You nod politely, exchanging a few words. The moment is brief, but it's enough to remind you that life doesn't wait for anyone. The map you've created will exist in this world whether you're here to witness it or not. It will belong to anyone who uses it, becomes part of their journey, their story. Historians still argue about the role of maps in relation to the concept of territory, whether they serve as claims to land, as tools for expansion and conquest, or as mere reflections of existing boundaries. In your case, though, you feel the map exists in a different way. It's not a claim, not a tool of control, but a way of understanding the land as it exists in the mind. It's an abstract idea made tangible, a reflection of the human need to comprehend the world and make it legible, to fit it into something that can be understood. The sounds of the square continue to rise around you, the daily life unfolding in its predictable, comforting way. And as you walk through the scene, you feel a sense of quiet connection to all the people around you. They're part of this world too, part of the same story you're living. In a way, your map is a small piece of that shared narrative. It connects you, a maker, to the world, to the people who will follow the paths you've laid out. There is a beauty in that simplicity, in the way creation links us to one another, even across time. As you reach the edge of the square, the town fades behind you, and the path before you stretches out into the horizon. You feel the pull of it, the call of the unknown. Perhaps there's more to be charted, more to be discovered. Perhaps the map you've created is just the beginning of something larger. But for now, you know that the work you've done, however small it might seem in the grand scheme of things, is enough. You've left your mark, and that mark will live on in ways you can't fully predict, just as every mapmaker's mark has before you. The day continues to unfold, and with it, life continues its endless flow, unchanging and ever-changing. But as you walk through it, you do so with a quiet sense of purpose, knowing that in the span of a single moment, you have contributed to the ongoing story of the world. As the day stretches into afternoon, you find yourself wandering through the outskirts of the town. The busy market sounds now seem distant, muffled by the increasing rustle of trees and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. The countryside has always held a special kind of tranquility for you, far removed from the noise of the town square. Here the land is more open, the horizon wider, and the air feels richer with the scent of earth and fresh grass. It's easy to imagine in moments like this what it must have been like for the travelers and explorers of old, the ones who ventured into unknown lands with only the most rudimentary maps to guide them. It's a strange thought. To you, a map is something finished, something solid and reliable. But to them, it was a tool of possibility, an invitation to chart new paths, to fill in the blanks of the world, to bring back new knowledge. As you sit on the edge of a small hill, gazing out over the sweeping expanse of fields and forests below, you're reminded of just how much the act of mapping must have been an act of imagination as much as practicality. Every line, every mark, every detail on a map is an interpretation of the world, not just a representation of its geography, but a statement about how the mapmaker sees it. The world, as you know it, is an intricate web of connections and relationships, but it's also something that can be distilled into a simple line drawn on a page. A small boundary, a marked territory, a trail from here to there. The map you created, though it feels like it belongs to the physical world, exists in this same space of interpretation. Historians often argue whether medieval maps should be viewed as tools of exploration or as a reflection of the imagination. Some view them as strictly geographical, others as a blend of mythology and reality. You know that your map, while meant to guide, was also inspired by the stories that shaped your understanding of the land. The legends, the myths, the cultural memories passed down through generations, they too played a part in shaping the way you saw the world. You chuckle softly to yourself, thinking about the dragons and mythical creatures that once adorned medieval maps. Symbols of the unknown, places where reality and myth blurred into one. In some ways, these fanciful additions were as important as the real, navigable features. After all, it was often the stories told about places that drew people to them. A map, after all, isn't just a geographical tool. It's a narrative, a story of exploration and imagination. It's a snapshot of how humans saw the world at a particular moment in time. Historians still debate the role of fantasy and myth in early maps, with some arguing that these elements were simply meant to fill empty spaces on the page, while others suggest that they reflected a deeper, more symbolic understanding of the world. In your case, you didn't add dragons to your map, but that doesn't mean there isn't something mythical about the way you've interpreted the land. There's a sense of magic in the act of mapping itself, of transforming a vast, uncharted world into something tangible, something graspable. A breeze stirs the grass around you and you close your eyes for a moment, letting it wash over you. The world feels quiet here, removed from the concerns of the town. It's a perfect moment of peace, a space where the work of your hands seems distant, almost irrelevant. Yet in this very stillness, you can sense the ripple of your creation. Like the subtle movements of water that follow a single drop, you realize that, like all things, your map will continue to evolve over time. As it is used, it will be reinterpreted by each person who holds it. They will see it not just as a static representation of the world, but as a guide to their own journey, shaped by their own perspectives. In this way, your map will live on, not just as a product of your labor, but as an evolving dialogue between past and present, between creator and traveler. Historians will likely continue to argue whether early maps were more about the physical landscape or the stories we told about it. But in this moment, sitting alone on the hill, you come to a simple realization: it doesn't matter. What matters is that, in creating the map, you've become part of a tradition, a long line of map makers who, through their work, have attempted to bring order to the chaos of the world. What matters is that your work is now out there, ready to be used, ready to be interpreted, and ready to carry on the legacy of exploration. The breeze softens, and you stand slowly, brushing the dirt from your hands. As the day wears on, the light begins to shift, the sun low in the sky, casting a golden glow over everything. The quiet of the countryside feels like the perfect counterpoint to the world you've just left behind in the town. You breathe deeply, again taking in the landscape, knowing that your map, your contribution to this world, will continue to shape how others see it. You've done your part, and now the rest is up to them. And as you walk back toward the town, the map's potential stretches out before you, like the horizon itself, vast and full of possibility. The sun dips lower now, casting long shadows over the earth, and the world around you seems to soften in the fading light. As you return to the town, the sounds of the evening are different from the morning bustle. There's a calmness to the air now, a sense of the day winding down, the energy of the market giving way to quieter, more intimate moments. The vendors are packing up, and the streets, which were once filled with the hurried steps of townspeople, now carry a gentler rhythm. You can almost feel the town exhale, as though it too is ready for rest. In this quiet, the reality of the work you've done begins to settle in. The map you've created is no longer a distant idea or a project yet to be finished. It's real, tangible, and now it's part of this world. People will use it, follow it, maybe even rely on it. In some ways, it feels as though you've passed a small milestone, a threshold from the maker of something to the observer of how it will be used. You no longer have control over how it will be interpreted, how it will be received. The world will decide its place, its significance. The thought is both liberating and slightly unnerving. As you pass through the town gate, the world beyond opens up once more, the path leading back toward the far reaches of the land you mapped. In the twilight, the road ahead seems endless, stretching out into the night. And yet, you know that despite its vastness, the road is now a little more navigable, at least for those who will follow it. It's a strange sensation thinking about. The map you've made being used by someone you'll never meet. It's a connection that transcends time and space, a silent conversation between past and future, between creator and traveler. Historians still debate the idea of authorship in medieval cartography, whether the mapmakers saw themselves as authors of a story or simply as the chroniclers of geographical facts. Some argue that mapmakers in the medieval period saw their work as a contribution to a larger divine narrative. Others suggest that it was more a matter of personal or political identity, a way of asserting control over a specific territory. Your map, however, feels different. It's not a grand political statement or a tool for conquest. It's personal, a small piece of your world translated into something others can follow. In a way, it's a bridge between you and the travelers who will use it, a quiet link between the present and whatever future awaits. You enter the familiar warmth of your home, the faint scent of supper wafting in from the hearth. There's something about the comfort of the space, this room, these walls, that grounds you. It's here that you can shed the weight of the outside world, of the tasks and obligations that wait for you. But even here, as you settle in and relax, your mind can't help but return to the map. What will come of it? Will it serve its purpose? Will it guide someone toward discovery, or will it simply become another forgotten object, buried under layers of time? Historians often muse on the impermanence of maps, how even the most carefully crafted cartographic creations can be discarded or rendered obsolete as new territories are charted, new knowledge acquired. But there's a certain comfort in that, too. A map is not a final answer. It's a conversation, an ongoing process of exploration, and perhaps that's what makes it timeless, its willingness to evolve, to change with each new discovery, each new generation. As you sit back, the glow of the hearth flickering in front of you, the evening continues its slow passage. The world outside is a mix of fading daylight and growing shadows, the air cooling with the descent of night. Inside, you feel a deep sense of satisfaction, not just from the work itself, but from the knowledge that your creation will live on in some form, carried by others who will use it to find their way. You may never know exactly where it leads, what paths it opens, or who walks them, but the thought of it being out there, making a difference in ways you cannot predict, brings a quiet peace. In this moment, you understand the quiet, unspoken power of maps, not just as tools for navigation, but as vessels of human curiosity, imagination, and discovery. They are more than mere reflections of the land. They are reflections of us, our desire to understand, to find meaning, and to connect with something larger than ourselves. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls as you settle into a chair, your eyes heavy with the weight of the day. The map may have started as a solitary pursuit, a project of personal ambition, but now, in the silence of the evening, you realize it has become something more. It has become a bridge to others, a conversation that stretches across time and place, and in that, you find a deeper sense of fulfillment. The world you've charted is no longer just yours. It's part of the larger journey, part of the great, ever-unfolding story of discovery. Historians may argue over the precise nature of maps, but here, in the quiet of your home, you know that your map has found its place in the world. And that's enough. The quiet of the evening settles deeper, wrapping the world in a soft, almost meditative hush. It's a silence that feels like a companion, gentle and reassuring. The crackle of the fire is the only sound now, punctuated by the occasional gust of wind outside, making the shutters creak in their frames. You're left alone with your thoughts, the faint hum of the world beyond your window a distant reminder of the life continuing outside. In this moment, the weight of the day seems to lift, leaving behind a sense of peace, a kind of quiet fulfillment that lingers in the space between your thoughts. You lean back in your chair, eyes flickering over the room, and find yourself once again considering the journey that led you here. The map. It's strange to think how it all started. Just an idea, a vague concept floating in your mind. But now, here it is. A physical thing. Something you can hold. Something others can use. A small smile touches your lips as you think back to the moments of doubt and frustration, the times when it felt like the map would never come together, when you weren't sure if you could ever get all the details just right. The firelight plays. Across the pages of the map you've spread out before you, its edges curling slightly from age and use. Each line you drew now feels like a deliberate step along the path you walked. Each choice, whether small or large, contributing to the final picture. It's easy to forget that something so intricate began as a simple sketch, a rough idea that slowly took shape. But in moments like this, as you sit with the map before you, it all feels strangely inevitable. It was always going to become what it is now, a quiet record of your vision, a small, intricate piece of your life. Historians still debate the relationship between map-making and the concept of artistic expression. Some argue that medieval cartographers were more akin to artists than scientists, with their work influenced by creativity and imagination rather than strict geographical accuracy. Others suggest that, though they may have used artistic tools, the ultimate goal of these maps was always to inform, not to create art for its own sake. But as you sit here, tracing the lines of your own map, you can't help but feel that it is both. It is a work of both precision and imagination, a careful blend of factual representation and personal interpretation. In this sense, perhaps cartography, like all forms of art, is less about the final product and more about the process of creation itself. As you lean in closer, you run your fingers lightly over the inked lines, almost as though you're reacquainting yourself with them. You notice the subtle curves, the small imperfections, details you might have missed if you hadn't taken the time to sit with it, to truly look at it. It's funny how, in the quiet moments, you begin to see the map not just as a tool for others, but as a reflection of your own journey. The lines you drew were not just boundaries on a page. They were markers of your own thoughts, your own experiences, and your own understanding of the world. Each stroke is a memory. Each detail, a fragment of your perspective. It's also in these quiet moments that the reality of your map's place in the world begins to settle more deeply into your mind. It's not just your creation anymore. It's a shared thing, a document that will travel beyond this room, beyond your hands, and into the lives of others. You imagine it in the hands of travelers, explorers, even scholars. Its lines and details, taking on new meanings, shifting and evolving as they interact with it. It will be passed down, used, perhaps even remade by those who come after you. The thought both humbles and excites you. The idea of something you've made becoming a part of someone else's life, guiding their steps, providing them with a map, to navigate not just the physical world, but the metaphysical one. There's a kind of magic in that, isn't there? It's not just ink on paper. It's a guide to new experiences, a source of knowledge, a bridge between places and people. In a way, your map will continue to shape the world long after you're gone, in ways you might never even know. You lean back again, your eyes drifting, back to the fire, the glow warming your face. Outside, the sky has turned dark, and the first stars are beginning to twinkle in the vast, open expanse. The world outside is as vast and full of possibilities as it always has been, and your map, small and humble though it may seem, is a part of that vastness now. It's a link in the endless chain of human exploration, an attempt to make sense of the world's complexity by marking it, naming it, categorizing it, and, in some small way, owning it. But as you sit here, in the warmth and quiet of your home, you realize that the true beauty of your map lies not in its ability to define the world, but in its capacity to open up new paths, new ways of seeing. In its own way, it's a tool for discovery, not just of the physical world, but of something deeper, something more personal. It's an invitation to explore, to wonder, and to ask the questions that guide us through life. Historians will likely continue to debate the role of maps in shaping the course of history. But for you, in this moment, it's enough to know that your map is out there. It will continue to be used, interpreted, and cherished by those who come after you, and in that, it has fulfilled its purpose. The fire begins to die down, its glow growing faint. You rise from your chair, stretching your tired limbs, and prepare for bed. The map, resting silently on the table, will still be there tomorrow, and so, for tonight, you let go of your thoughts, content in the knowledge that your journey, in its own small way, has contributed to the larger, ongoing story of the world. The stillness of the night presses in around you, and you find yourself standing for a moment, gazing out the window at the stars above. The sky, vast and infinite, seems to stretch on forever, much like the horizon of a map, an uncharted realm of possibilities and mysteries yet to be uncovered. It's hard not to think of the explorers of the past, the ones who stared at the same stars, mapping out their courses, hoping to find something new in the vast unknown. Their maps, like yours, were attempts to impose order on the chaos of the world, to make the unknowable feel less frightening, more navigable. But the more you think about it, the more you realize that there's something inherently comforting about the unknown. After all, what is exploration if not the act of venturing into the unknown? It's what drives people to cross oceans, to scale mountains, to trek through jungles, all in search of something that might change their understanding of the world. Your map, in a sense, is a part of that tradition, just a small, quiet part of the long history of humans trying to chart and understand the world around them. Historians have long debated the role of maps in the context of exploration. Some argue that maps were simply functional, tools for navigation and control. Others, though, believe that maps were more symbolic than practical, representing a way for people to frame their understanding of the world, to connect it to their identity and their culture. For you, sitting here with the map before you, it feels like both. It's both a functional guide to places and paths, but also something deeper, something personal, an expression of your perspective, your curiosity, your understanding of the world around you. The fire has burned low now, the embers glowing faintly, and you begin to feel the weight of the day settle into your body. The quiet of the house is enveloping, the kind of silence that's perfect for reflection, for quieting your mind. You realize that, in many ways, this map has been a journey for you as much as it will be for anyone who uses it. You've ventured into a world of discovery, of history, of myth and fact. And along the way, you've learned something about yourself too. The act of creating it, of navigating both the physical and mental landscapes, has shaped your own understanding of the world. You let out a long, contented sigh, moving slowly toward your bed. As you pass by the map one last time, you pause, your fingers brushing lightly over the inked lines once more. In the quiet, you can almost hear the whispers of the past, of the cartographers and explorers who came before you, each one adding their piece to the greater puzzle of human understanding. You're not just part of a tradition, you're continuing it, contributing to it in your own way. There's something profoundly humbling about that realization. Your work, small as it may seem, will carry forward. It's a testament to the endless human desire to explore, to understand, to create something that endures. And in that, there's a quiet beauty. As you slip beneath the covers and close your eyes, the map lingers in your mind, a symbol of both what you've achieved and what still lies ahead. Tomorrow you'll wake, and the world will still be there, waiting to be explored. For now, though, you allow yourself to drift into sleep, the quiet hum of the night around you, the knowledge of your work bringing a peaceful sense of closure to the day. The map, like the stars above, will remain, waiting to guide someone somewhere toward their own discoveries. And with that thought, you fade into dreams. Morning breaks softly, the first light creeping through the window, casting gentle shadows on the floor. The world outside is still quiet, the sounds of the early day muffled by the weight of the night. Just past. It's a peaceful transition, one you've come to appreciate, the way the world shifts so subtly from the dark embrace of night into the soft, steady glow of dawn. There's a new energy in the air today, a sense of renewal. The map you created still sits on the table, unchanged, but the world around you is different. You know this because despite all the work and effort you've put into the map, it's the world itself that continues to evolve, to shift, to grow, whether you're ready for it or not. As you stretch, the memories of yesterday's quiet reflections linger, weaving their way through your thoughts. You find yourself thinking back, not just to the map, but to the deeper realization that came with creating it. Maps, you realize, are never truly static things. They're snapshots, frozen moments, in time. But the world they represent continues to move, to change, to adapt. Just as you mark the land with ink, someone else will come along with their own vision, their own perspective, and they will redraw the lines, reinterpret the boundaries. History, after all, is not a fixed entity. It is a living, breathing thing, constantly evolving. Historians still argue over the role of maps in shaping history, whether they are tools of power and control or representations of knowledge and exploration. What's clear, however, is that maps are always a reflection of the time in which they were created. Your map, for all its precision, is no exception. It is a snapshot of your world, your understanding, your interpretation. But it's not the final word. It's just a moment in a much larger story, one that will continue long after you're gone. You pull yourself from the comfort of your bed, your thoughts still drifting over the map. The process of creating it seems both distant and immediate at the same time. It's as if you've left part of yourself on those pages, and in some ways, that feels like a form of immortality. Your vision, your marks on the map, will live on. They will inform future travelers, future explorers, and even those who simply seek to understand the world a little better. But you also know that nothing lasts forever, not even maps. Just as the land shifts and changes, so too do the tools we use to chart it. You can already picture, in the back of your mind, the future generations that will come to this map, perhaps finding it obsolete or outdated, and yet still valuable for what it represents: an era, a perspective, a moment in history. Your map might be replaced someday by something more accurate, something more detailed, but it will always be a part of the story, a part of the journey. As you prepare for the day ahead, you find a sense of satisfaction in knowing that, at least, for now, your work has a place in that story. It's small, yes, but it's real. It's part of the tapestry of human knowledge and exploration. And for a brief moment, you're reminded that the maps we create, whether they chart lands, journeys, or histories, are more than just tools. They're symbols of our endless curiosity, our unyielding desire to understand the world and our place within it. The sun climbs higher and you gather your things. The map sitting on the table seems to glow softly in the morning light, as though it too is preparing to meet the day. The journey ahead is uncertain, but that's part of the allure, isn't it? You don't know what's next, but you know the path is out there, waiting to be discovered. And for now, that's enough. You walk out the door, carrying with you the quiet understanding that your map, like all maps, is simply a guide, a way to start the journey. What happens next is up to the explorers who come after you. Historians will continue to debate the role of maps in shaping the past, but for you, standing at the threshold of the day, it's clear. Your map is both a record of what was and a promise of what could be. It's a part of the great unfolding story of human discovery, and in that, it will live on. The day unfolds, as days tend to do, slowly at first, with the early morning haze hanging over everything, then speeding up as if in a rush to leave the quiet behind. As you move through the motions of the day, from the simple, mundane tasks to the moments of reflection, you find yourself thinking back to the process of creating the map. You recall the early days, when the lines on the paper were only vague suggestions of places, shadows of the world that you knew only through books, through distant stories, through your own imagination. Back then, it was all potential, an empty canvas waiting to be filled. It's strange to think how much of the map you now take for granted. The towns, the rivers, the mountains, all of which once seemed like distant dreams, now rendered in careful ink. But it wasn't always this way. At the start, even simple decisions felt monumental. Should this river bend more sharply? Should the town be located to the east or west? Should you emphasize the natural features of the land or the human-made structures? There were moments of indecision, of uncertainty, but each of those moments was an opportunity to make a choice, to add something meaningful to the map. That's what this process has taught you. Every line drawn, every shape added, is a decision. A map is a series of choices, and in each choice, there's an act of creation. It's not just about geography, it's about interpreting the world, about deciding how it should be seen. This realization doesn't make the process any less difficult, but it does make it feel more purposeful. You weren't just tracing the contours of land. You were building a story, a narrative of the world as you saw it. Historians often argue whether medieval map makers were simply concerned with practical navigation or whether they imbued their work with meaning and symbolism. Some maps, like the Mappa Mundi, are full of fantastical elements, places that never existed, creatures that could not possibly have lived. Others, more practical, serve as guides to distant lands, giving travelers a sense of direction in the vast, unknowable world. There's an interesting tension there, isn't there? The desire to represent the world as it is, while also allowing for the freedom to express what we believe the world could be, or even should be. The former might be fact, but the latter? That's something more personal. And there, perhaps, lies the charm of your own map. It's not just a record of the world, but a snapshot of how you see it, how you understand it. Every curve and angle on that page is a part of you, a part of your thinking, your worldview. You've included what you felt was most important, What resonated with you on a deeper level? The rivers, the mountains, even the towns, each one reflects not just the physical geography, but something more subtle, something more intangible. It's the way you view the world, your own personal interpretation. This personal touch is something many historians overlook when discussing maps. To them, a map might be a tool, a guide, a product of science, but to you, the map is something more. It's a canvas, a space where you can merge the factual with the personal, the practical with the imaginative. It's a reminder that even the most straightforward things, like geography, can be viewed through a lens of creativity and meaning. And in that sense, perhaps, the art of cartography is as much about vision as it is about precision. As you finish your work for the day and look once again at your map, you feel a sense of pride and quiet satisfaction. This is a map that will outlive you, a map that will be held in someone else's hands one day, guiding them through a world of your creation. The thought gives you a sense of continuity, of something larger than yourself. Your map will travel, it will evolve, and it will live on in the hands of explorers, students, historians, and dreamers. It will take on new meanings, new interpretations. And though it may be only a small piece of the broader history of cartography, it will be a part of that history nonetheless. Historians will continue to debate whether the personal touch of the map maker should be celebrated or whether it detracts from the functional aspect of maps as tools for navigation. But you, as the creator, understand that it is this very personal touch that makes a map more than just a tool. It makes it a piece of art, a reflection of the person who created it, and in that, you find a quiet joy. Tomorrow, the journey continues, whether it's with another map or with a new discovery, but for now, you leave the world outside, and for a moment, find peace in the quiet, in the warmth, and in the satisfaction of what you've made. As the days pass, the map, still resting on your table, seems to take on a new significance. It's not just something you've created. It's a bridge between past and future, a link between you and the unknown. The world beyond your home feels vast, but now, when you gaze at the map, it somehow feels smaller, more connected. You've mapped out not just the physical features of a distant land, but the emotional contours of exploration itself. The uncertainty, the wonder, the drive to understand. And in that, you realize something profound. Maps are as much about the journey within as they are about the journey without. Historians have long puzzled over the role of medieval maps in the context of the human psyche. Some argue that these maps served purely practical purposes, guides for travelers and merchants. But others believe that maps were, in their own way, a reflection of the internal world, a manifestation of humanity's constant quest for meaning, understanding, and control over an unpredictable world. Your map, like those medieval creations, holds both an external and internal journey. It's a reflection not just of geographical locations, but of your own journey through curiosity, doubt, and discovery. Every line, every detail mirrors your own thoughts and reflections as you navigated the process of creating it. It's in this blend of external and internal exploration that the true beauty of map-making lies. It's not just about drawing lines and labeling places. It's about creating a world, shaping a reality, and making sense of the chaos around you. Every map, in its own way, is an attempt to answer the great questions of existence. Where are we going? Where have we been? What do we see when we look at the world around us? For all the practical purposes a map may serve, the act of creating it is deeply personal, and it's in that deeply personal space that you've found your own meaning. The map is more than just a tool for navigation. It's a testament to the way we all seek order in the face of uncertainty. It's a way of asserting control over the unknown, of shaping the world in a way that makes it feel more manageable, more understandable. As you sit quietly in your home, sipping your tea, the map on the table becomes more than just paper and ink. It becomes a symbol of something larger, of human curiosity, of the drive to explore, of the never-ending quest to make sense of the world. The sun has set now, and the light in the room is soft, bathed in the warm glow of candlelight. The map, illuminated by the flickering flame, takes on a new life in the low light, its lines and shapes appearing almost alive, shifting in the glow. It's as though the map is constantly evolving, just like the world it represents. The map will live on, far beyond your time, passed down to new hands, new explorers, each one interpreting it in their own way. Some will follow it faithfully, using it to navigate the world as you once did. Others will challenge it, question it, and in doing so, add their own marks to the page, reshaping it to fit their own understanding of the world. And that, you think, is the true power of a map. It's not the final destination that matters. It's the journey itself, the way the map evolves as it is passed from hand to hand, mind to mind, generation to generation. Historians continue to debate whether medieval mapmakers were artists or scientists, but you've come to realize that they were, in fact, both. They were creators, dreamers, thinkers, just as you are now. And while your map may not have the grandeur of the Mappa Mundi or the precision of modern cartography, it is a part of that same tradition. It's a small piece of the great ever-unfolding journey of human understanding. You rise, stretching your arms, and look once more at the map. There's a quiet satisfaction in knowing that it will continue to live, to evolve, and to guide others long after you've moved on from it. For now, though, you let go of your thoughts and slip into bed, the faint glow of the map still visible, in your mind as you close your eyes. Tomorrow will bring more as each day does. But for tonight, you are content in the knowledge that you have contributed to the story, to the journey. You've created something that will endure, a reflection of your own journey, and that in itself is enough. The rhythm of the days seems to take on a new quality now. The map you created, once just a project, has subtly shifted in meaning, becoming something more profound. It's no longer just a tool for navigation, it's a symbol of the passage, of time, of your own personal journey, and of the continuous evolution of knowledge itself. Every day you find yourself returning to it, drawn in by the curves and edges that once seemed so distant. It's as if you're seeing the world through a new lens, one shaped by the hours you've spent crafting this map, understanding its nuances and pondering its deeper meanings. It's easy to forget, in the midst of daily life, that the world around you is full of countless stories waiting to be discovered. And in a way, that's what a map is. It's a collection of those stories compressed into lines and symbols, condensed into a language of cartography that anyone can read. The more you look at your map, the more you realize that it is not simply about places, but about experiences. It's not just about mountains and rivers, but about the people who have journeyed to them, who have faced the unknown with nothing but a sense of curiosity to guide them. Your map is part of that narrative now, a small chapter in the larger tale of exploration, of discovery, of human ambition. Historians often debate the value of medieval maps, with some seeing them as little more than artifacts of a bygone era, relics of a time when knowledge was limited and imagination ran wild. But when you look at your map, you can't help but see the truth in the idea that maps are as much about the story they tell as the places they depict. They're not just about the journey, but about the desire to make sense of it, to understand it, and to pass that knowledge down to others. Your map may not have the intricate detail of modern cartography, but it carries with it the same ambition, the same drive to understand the world, to capture it, and to share it with others. What strikes you most is how timeless the process of mapping is. The world has changed in so many ways, yet the core of map making remains the same. The tools might be different now, and the knowledge we have about the world might be more accurate, but the act of creating a map is still rooted in the same basic principles: observation, interpretation, and expression. Whether you're drawing the borders of ancient kingdoms or charting the course of a modern city, the process is still driven by the same human desire to make the unfamiliar familiar, to make the unknown known. And yet, there is a kind of magic in the act of creating a map, especially a map of the past. The medieval cartographers didn't have the advantage of satellites or advanced instruments to guide them. They relied on their own observations, on the accounts of travelers, on stories passed down through generations. They wove together threads of truth and myth, creating something that was as much about belief as it was about fact. And in a way, that's what makes their maps so captivating. They weren't just maps. They were windows into a world that was still full of mysteries, a world that hadn't yet been fully understood. As you sit by the window, watching the evening sky turn a deep shade of indigo, your thoughts drift back to those early cartographers. How they must have felt, sitting at their desks, map in hand, pondering the shape of the world. They were pioneers, just as you are in your own way. And like them, you found something in the process of creation, a deeper understanding of yourself, of the world, and of the stories that connect us all. You find yourself wondering what future explorers will think of your map, how they will interpret the lines you've drawn. Perhaps they will look at it with a sense of curiosity, just as you've looked at the maps of those who came before you. Perhaps they will see in it something you can't yet imagine, something that only time will reveal. And in that thought, you realize that the map is never truly finished. It will continue to evolve, to change, to be understood in new ways by those who come after you. It will outlast you, and in that, there's a kind of beauty. It's a gift to the future, a small piece of the world as you saw it, to be carried forward by those who walk the path after you. Historians still debate the meaning of those ancient maps, their blend of reality and imagination, fact and fiction. But for you, it's clear. The map is as much about the story as it is about the place. And that story, like all stories, will continue to unfold. It's strange, isn't it? How something so simple, so seemingly straightforward, can begin to take on layers of meaning the longer you look at it. Your map, once just a tool of navigation, has now become a mirror of your own thoughts, your own process. The more you think about it, the more you realize that maps are as much about the journey of the cartographer as they are about the world they attempt to represent. Each stroke of ink, each curve of the coastline, is an extension of the person who made it. In a way, maps are intimate. They reveal more than just the land they chart. They reveal the mind of the maker, the choices they made, the things they found significant enough to include or leave out. You can't help but compare your work to those of the medieval cartographers. They too filled their maps with both fact and imagination, with a blend of the known and the unknown. Their maps were not just functional, they were expressions of their worldview. They were shaped by religion, myth, and the limited knowledge available at the time, but they were also influenced by the creator's own desires, their dreams of discovery, their hopes for understanding a world that often seemed vast and untamable. For all the accuracy that modern maps offer, they lack something that those medieval maps possessed: soul. A modern map might show you the precise location of a mountain, a city, a river, but it doesn't necessarily tell you anything about the spirit of the place. It doesn't speak to the wonder or the fear that these ancient explorers must have felt when they first encountered such lands. But your map, though perhaps not as grand as those ancient creations, contains that very spirit. The lines on your map carry a piece of you, a bit of your own journey and, whether consciously or not, a piece of the world as you see it. It is both a product of the mind and the heart, and that is what makes it so powerful. Historians often ask if medieval maps were art or simply tools of navigation, and there's no clear answer. Some might argue that they were functional first, with any artistic flourishes being secondary to their role in guiding travelers. Others contend that the artistry in these maps was just as important as their functionality, if not more so. You may find yourself leaning towards the latter. After all, if a map were only about practicality, why would so many medieval maps be adorned with elaborate borders, mythical creatures, and decorative flourishes? These were not just maps. They were statements, reflections of the creator's own perceptions of the world. They captured not just geography, but culture, belief, and aspiration. The more you think about it, the more you understand why historians still debate the role of cartography in the medieval period. It's clear that these maps were not just tools for navigating the physical world. They were tools for understanding the world, for representing the unknown, and even for defining it. Your map, too, carries this dual role, part guide, part expression. And as you sit with it now, you understand that in creating it, you've done more than just chart a landscape. You've captured a moment in time, a reflection of how you see the world today. As the sun sets outside, you sit back and take in the quiet around you. The map, lying there on the table, seems to glow in the fading light, as if it's alive in some way. It's as though it too is waiting, awaiting the next person to come along to study it, to make sense of it in their own way. You can almost hear the whispers of the past in the soft rustle of the paper. The medieval cartographers, the explorers, the travelers, they all leave their mark on the world, and now, so have you. You stand, stretch your arms, and gaze one last time at the map. It's no longer just a product of your mind. It's a bridge to the past and a gift to the future. Tomorrow you'll add more to it, perhaps more details, perhaps new places to mark. The work is never really finished, is it? Just as the world continues to evolve, so too will the map. But for tonight, you're content. The map is a reflection of your own journey, and it will continue to tell the story long after you've moved on from it. Historians may debate the exact role of medieval cartographers, but in this moment, you feel a quiet connection to those ancient creators. You too are part of the ongoing journey of discovery. You too have added your own chapter to the story. The silence in your room feels peaceful tonight, like a soft blanket draped over the world, wrapping everything in stillness. As you sit there, watching the light from the candle flicker against the walls, your thoughts drift back to the map. The days that you spent working on it now feel distant, as though they were part of another life. Yet, you're aware that in some ways, they've shaped who you are now. You've learned so much about yourself through the process. The patience, the attention to detail, the quiet satisfaction of creation. But beyond that, you've also learned about the subtle power of maps themselves. Maps are often seen as simply practical tools, nothing more than instruments to get us from one place to another. But the more you reflect on the map before you, the more you realize how much more they are. They are windows into the past, repositories of history, culture, and myth. They tell stories of explorers, of ancient civilizations, of places that may no longer exist. And the map you've created, though not as grand as some of the historical maps you've studied, carries with it its own story. A story of the world as you see it, of the journeys you've undertaken, and of the connections you've made along the way. As you gaze at your map, you can't help but think about how, in some ways, it holds your world together. Each place, each river, each mountain is a reminder of something you've learned. Each line represents a moment of decision, a choice you made to include or leave out certain details. It's a reflection of how you've interpreted the world around you, how you've processed your experiences, and how you've understood the flow of time. The map is, in a sense, a mirror of your own mind. Historians often argue whether medieval maps should be seen as mere geographical tools or as works of art. It's an ongoing debate, whether they were created purely for practical use or whether they carried a deeper, more symbolic meaning. As you sit there, contemplating your own map, you can see both sides of the argument. The medieval map makers, with their strange creatures, mythical lands, and elaborate borders, were not merely recording the world. They were reflecting their beliefs, their values, and their imaginations. They were telling stories not just of places, but of the world itself, the world as they understood it, with all its mysteries and contradictions. Your own map may not contain mythical creatures or fantastical lands, but it too is a reflection of your own view of the world. The places you chose to highlight, the way you decided to shape the land. They speak volumes about the way you understand geography, the importance you place on certain elements, and the way you see your own place in the world. This map, small and humble though it may be, is as much a work of art as it is a tool for navigation. It is an expression of your own thoughts, a visual record of your mind's journey through a world that's always shifting, always changing. As you reflect on these thoughts, you begin to realize that your map is more than just a personal creation. It's a part of something larger, a tradition of cartography that spans centuries, that connects you to those who came before you and those who will follow after you. The medieval mapmakers who filled their maps with strange creatures and unexplored lands were part of this same tradition, each one leaving their mark on the world. And in a way, you are now part of that long line of creators, your own small contribution to the ongoing story of exploration, discovery, and understanding. The map on your table is more than just a map. It's a connection to the past, a bridge to the future, and a reflection of your own journey through the world. It's a map that will continue to evolve, just as the world itself continues to change. And as you sit there, with the candlelight flickering softly in the background, you realize that this map, in all its simplicity, holds within it something timeless, something that will endure far beyond the present moment. Tomorrow you'll return to it as you always do and add more. Perhaps it will be a new place, a new discovery, a new journey to chart. Or perhaps, like so many maps before it, it will remain as it is, a snapshot of a world that's always in flux, always shifting, always becoming. Either way, it's a reminder that the world is never static. It's always moving, always changing, always waiting for someone to chart its course. The map, now resting on your desk, feels different tonight. There's a new weight to it, a weight that comes not just from the years that have passed since its creation, but from the deeper understanding you've gained in the process of making it. At first, it seemed like a simple task, a way to pass the time, a creative outlet. But now, as you look at it, you realize it's become so much more, a part of you, a reflection of your thoughts and feelings about the world, about exploration, and about the very nature of discovery itself. You can't help but think about the medieval cartographers and their own journeys. When they set out to create their maps, they were mapping the world as they knew it, using the knowledge and tools at their disposal. But their maps, filled with inaccuracies and fantastical elements, also captured the spirit of their age, the hope, the imagination, and the belief that there was always more to discover. In a way, your own map, though far more accurate, is no different. It too reflects the spirit of the age you live in, the technology, the culture, the knowledge, but it also carries your own personal journey, the lessons you've learned, and the way you've come to understand the world. It's easy to see why historians still debate the role of medieval maps. Were they tools for navigation, or were they works of art? Were they expressions of scientific knowledge, or were they simply a reflection of the human desire to create order in a chaotic world? The answer is, perhaps, a little bit of all of these things. And in that, they hold a kind of magic, an ability to capture both the factual and the fantastical, the known and the unknown. Your map, too, carries that same magic. It's a blend of fact and imagination, a reflection of the world as you see it, but also an expression of something deeper. Your own thoughts, your own reflections, your own understanding of the world. You sit there tracing your fingers along the lines of the map, you realize something profound. The act of map-making is not just about representing the world, it's about understanding it. It's about taking the vast, overwhelming complexity of the world and breaking it down into something that can be understood, something that can be grasped. And in that process, you've gained a deeper understanding of yourself. Each line you drew on the map, each place you marked, was a choice, a decision about what was important, what was worth noting, what was worth remembering. In that sense, your map is as much a reflection of your mind as it is of the land. Historians still argue about whether medieval maps were primarily artistic or practical, but looking at your own creation, you can see the value in both perspectives. A map is both a tool and a piece of art. It's a representation of the world, yes, but it's also a representation of the person who created it. It's not just a map of places, but a map of ideas, a map of understanding, a map of meaning. And in that sense, every map is a deeply personal expression, a reflection of the person who made it and the world they saw. As the night wears on, you find yourself thinking about the future. Your map, like the medieval maps before it, will one day become a part of history. It will be passed down, studied, and perhaps even interpreted in ways you can't yet imagine. And just like those ancient maps, it will tell a story, not just of the places it represents, but of the person who made it, the world they lived in, and the ways they understood it. In that, you realize there's a kind of immortality. Your map, like those of the medieval cartographers, will live on, long after you're gone, carrying with it a piece of your journey, a piece of your understanding. Tomorrow, you'll return to the map. You'll add new details, perhaps correct old ones, but in the back of your mind, you know that no map is ever truly finished. It's always evolving, always changing, always being reinterpreted by those who encounter it. And in that fluidity, there is beauty, a beauty that lies not in the final product, but in the process, in the ongoing journey of discovery and understanding. And with that thought, you let the map rest for the night. The soft glow of the candle flickers as you lean back in your chair, taking in the quiet of the room. There's peace in knowing that your creation, like those before it, will continue to tell its story long after the night has passed. The world, as always, will continue to turn, and so too will the journey of discovery. The quiet of the room seems to embrace you more deeply tonight. The map is no longer just an object on your desk. It's a companion, a silent partner in your journey of discovery. As you sit there, contemplating the way your fingers brush over the smooth paper, you realize that it represents far more than you initially understood. This map, like the ancient ones created by medieval cartographers, has become a window into the soul of the maker. Each line, each curve, each symbol carrying the weight of the thoughts, experiences, and dreams that went into its creation. It's easy to look at a map and think of it merely as a practical tool, something that helps you get from one place to another. But as you've learned through the process of creating your own, maps are never just that. They are reflections of the time, place, and person who created them. The medieval map makers, with their curious mix of fact and fantasy, created maps that were not only geographical representations, but also expressions of their beliefs, their fears, their hopes, and their understanding of the world. Your map, too, has become more than just a map of places. It's a reflection of your own worldview, your own understanding of the world around you, and perhaps even of yourself. Historians still debate the role of medieval cartographers. Were they artists, crafting visual representations of the world, or were they scientists, seeking to map the world with as much accuracy as possible? The debate continues, but for you, it's clear that both roles existed in the same person. The medieval map maker was a blend of the two, an artist and a scientist, a dreamer and a realist. In a way, you're the same. Your map is a blend of creativity and practicality, imagination and fact. It's both a tool for understanding the world and a work of art, a document that reflects not only the land it represents, but also the mind of its creator. As you trace the lines of your map, once again you realize that you've become part of a long tradition, one that stretches back to the earliest days of map-making. The medieval cartographers who drew their maps by hand, often without the benefit of the technology we take for granted today, were pioneers in their own right. They used what they had, and what they had was a deep curiosity about the world and a burning desire to understand it. They weren't just mapping lands. They were mapping the unknown, giving shape to what was invisible, offering a glimpse into a world that was still largely a mystery. And now, in your own small way, you are continuing that tradition. Your map, though far more accurate than those medieval creations, is built on the same principles, the same desire to make sense of the world, to give it structure and meaning. Each line you've drawn, each place you've marked, is a reflection of your own curiosity, your own journey to understand the world around you. The map is a living thing, a record of your personal exploration, and like the maps of the past, it will continue to evolve. Perhaps one day, someone will look at it and see things you didn't intend, just as we look at the maps of medieval cartographers and interpret them in ways they never could have imagined. As you sit in the silence, you feel a quiet sense of pride. This map is your creation, your mark on the world. And while it may never be as famous as the ancient maps you've studied, it holds a special place in your heart. It's a testament to your own journey, to the time and effort you've poured into it, and to the knowledge you've gained along the way. It's a map that represents not just geography, but your own growth, your own understanding of the world, and your place in it. Tomorrow, the map will still be there, waiting for you. Perhaps you'll add more, perhaps you'll tweak the details. But one thing is certain, it will continue to tell its story, just as the medieval maps continue to tell the stories of the cartographers who made them. The act of map-making, it seems, is never truly finished. It's an ongoing process, a journey that never ends. With that thought, you lean back in your chair, your eyes falling on the map one last time before the light fades completely. The room is still. The only sound, the soft rustling of the paper as your fingers gently caress the edges. The map, now complete, is a symbol of your journey, and like all journeys, it will continue to unfold. The air in the room grows cool as the night deepens and the quiet is nearly palpable. The map before you, resting on your desk, feels almost sacred in the soft light of the candle flickering by your side. For a moment, you let your fingers hover over it, tracing the familiar lines, but now with a deeper sense of reverence. There's something remarkable about how a simple piece of paper, dotted with ink and symbols, can hold so much significance. The medieval cartographers would have understood this feeling, the way a map could be both a record of exploration and a vessel for something much greater, an expression of the cartographer's view of the world, their vision of what lay beyond the horizon, and their unspoken hopes for the future. The map you've created is not simply a guide to geography. It's a story of your own exploration, a reflection of your inner world. In many ways, it mirrors the maps of the past, those medieval creations that blended fact with fantasy, that sought to chart not just physical spaces, but the realms of the imagination. Your map, while grounded in the reality of today's knowledge, is still a product of your own perceptions and interpretations. It is a journey that continues to evolve as you do, growing with each new discovery, each new insight. As you sit there, it's impossible not to think about the medieval map makers, those who sat by candlelight long before the advent of satellites and GPS systems. They relied on their senses, on the wisdom passed down through generations, and on their own imaginations to create maps that both guided and inspired. Historians still argue about the true purpose of medieval maps. Were they purely functional, created to navigate the physical world? Or were they, in some sense, art, created to reflect a world view, to tell stories about the unknown? Perhaps. The answer is a bit of both. After all, medieval maps were never just about geography. They were about the mind and the spirit of the creator, about how they saw the world and what they hoped to understand about it. Your map is much like those ancient ones in this regard. Though it may be scientifically accurate, it still carries within it your own perspective. Each mark on the map is a decision, a choice to highlight or leave out certain elements. Even in the most precise geographical work, there's a personal touch, an imprint of the creator's values, their experiences, their vision of the world. This, you realize, is what makes cartography so powerful. It's not just about capturing physical spaces, it's about capturing the essence of a place, of an idea, of a time. The medieval cartographers did this in their own way, through elaborate illustrations of dragons and uncharted lands, with borders adorned with intricate designs and their own interpretations of the world around them. The more you think about it, the more you see the connection between your map and the medieval ones. Your map, too, tells a story of your thoughts, your experiences, your journey through this world. Historians debate whether medieval maps were works of art or simply tools of navigation, but you now understand that they were both. A map, in its deepest form, is a work of art. It's an expression of the world, as seen through the eyes of the person who created it, a snapshot of their reality. Your map is no different, and it feels, in a way, like an extension of yourself. As the hours slip away, you sit back and let your mind wander through the history of maps. You think about the explorers who relied on the maps of their time to guide them through dangerous seas, the cartographers who, with a few strokes of a quill, could change the course of history. You think about how, in the end, all maps are a form of storytelling. Whether they're showing you how to get from one place to another or telling you about the place itself, the people who lived there, and the stories they left behind. The maps you create are not just guides, they are windows into the past, into your own soul, and into the future of discovery. Tomorrow, you'll return to your map. You'll add more to it, just as the medieval cartographers added more to their creations. Just as each generation of explorers and mapmakers added more to the story of the world. Your map, like theirs, will continue to evolve. It's a living thing, a reflection of the world as it is now and as it will be in the future. It's a reminder that the journey of discovery never truly ends. There is always more to chart, more to explore, more to learn. And just like the medieval map makers, you will continue to leave your mark on the world. One line, one place, one story at a time. As the last flicker of the candlelight fades and the world outside grows darker, you take a deep breath and let the quiet fill the room. Your map is more than just a creation. It's a reflection of your journey, your place in the world, and your connection to those who came before you. And perhaps, when someone looks at it in the future, they will see not just the land it charts, but the spirit of discovery that lives within it. The quiet is deep now, the kind of silence that feels like it's stretching out forever. The map before you remains lit by the last flickering candlelight, and it almost feels like it's alive. It's not just a collection of ink and paper, it's a testament to the journey you've taken, both literally and figuratively. As you sit there, you can't help but marvel at the mystery of it all. How something as seemingly simple as a map, something so essential to navigation, can also carry so much meaning. For the medieval cartographers, their maps were far more than mere tools. They were acts of creation, of putting order to chaos, of seeking to make sense of the world's vast and unknowable expanses. And in that, they shared something fundamental with you. Maps, at their core, are about human desire. The desire to understand, the desire to explore, the desire to make the world a little less mysterious, one line at a time. You're not the first person to feel this way about maps. The medieval map makers felt it too. They were not simply concerned with charting territories, they were also concerned with charting what was beyond the known world. They were driven by the belief that what lay beyond the edge of their knowledge was just as important as the territories they could see and touch. And so they adorned their maps with illustrations of fantastic creatures, mythical lands, and symbols of the unknown. You pause for a moment, remembering the stories of those creatures, the serpents and dragons that once lurked at the ends of the earth, warning explorers of what might await if they ventured too far. Those illustrations, like the ones you've seen on medieval maps, were as much about fear and wonder as they were about geography. They represented the human fascination with the unknown and the unknown's power over the human imagination. Even today, as you trace your own map, you can't help but be aware of that same sense of wonder. You may know much more about the world now than the map makers of the past did, but there's still a part of you that longs to discover what lies beyond the edges of what is known. You still want to draw those lines that lead to the edge of the world, to the places that exist, only in your mind. Historians still debate the purpose of those creatures and symbols. Were they simply the products of superstition, or were they metaphors for the challenges and dangers that lay ahead for explorers? Some say the dragons were representations of the unknown itself, reminding map users that not all territories could be conquered. Others argue that the fantastic creatures were simply an outlet for the cartographer's creativity, a way to keep the map from being dull or lifeless. But what's clear is that those creatures gave life to the maps. They made them more than just functional. They turned them into something that told a story, something that captured the human spirit of exploration and imagination. Your map, though grounded in a more accurate representation of the world, carries that same spark of creativity. Your journey is no longer one of mystery, but it still holds the wonder of the unknown. As the night deepens, you find yourself thinking about the meaning of it all. It's easy to look at your map and see it as a completed work, a final product of all your effort. But like the maps of the past, it's never truly finished. A map is always changing, always evolving. The world itself is never static, and neither is your understanding of it. Just as the medieval cartographers returned again and again to their maps, making adjustments and adding new discoveries, so too will you continue to return to your own map. You'll update it, revise it, refine it as you learn more about the world and about yourself. The idea that maps are never truly finished is comforting in its own way. It's a reminder that the journey, the exploration, is as important as the destination. That every map, whether ancient or modern, is a snapshot of a particular moment in time. It's a reflection of the world as it was when it was created. But it also reflects the person who made it. Every stroke of the pen, every detail added, is a piece of the cartographer's spirit. And your map, too, carries a piece of you. It's not just a record of the world as it exists, but a record of how you see it. As you sit back, the room growing quieter, you realize that in some ways, your map is a mirror. It reflects not just the physical world, but your own thoughts, your own experiences, your own understanding. Like the medieval maps that mixed fact with fantasy, your map blends the known with the unknown, the real with the imagined. And in that blend, you find the beauty of map making, the beauty of creating something that captures both the world and your place in it. Tomorrow, the map will still be here, waiting for you to add another line, another layer of meaning. It will be just as it always is, alive with potential, alive with the possibility of discovery. And though you might know more about the world today than the medieval map makers did, you will always share with them that same drive, that same yearning, to make sense of the vast unknown world around you. You will always seek to chart what is both seen and unseen, known and unknown. With one last look at the map, you turn off the candle and the room settles into darkness. There's peace in that, in knowing that the journey continues, even as the night falls silent. Tomorrow, and the day after that, the map will be there, a reminder that the world with all its mysteries is still waiting to be explored. The night stretches on, a quiet companion that wraps itself around you like a blanket. The map, now dark in the dimness of your room, seems to take on a new kind of stillness. It's no longer just a creation, a project. It has transformed into something else, something almost sacred. A deep sense of connection settles over you, one that links you to the generations of cartographers who have come before. The medieval map makers, the explorers who dreamed of lands unknown, they too sat in quiet rooms, their hands hovering over maps, their minds wandering to the edges of the world. You wonder if they too felt this strange connection, as though the map had become part of them, more than ink and paper, but a reflection of their thoughts, their hopes, their curiosity. As you sit there in the silence, you think back to the earliest days of map-making. It was never just about geography. Sure, they had to know where the lands were, how to get from one place to another, but the real heart of the medieval map was always about something bigger. It was about human understanding, about trying to capture the unknown. The map makers of the past were more than geographers. They were visionaries, artists, and philosophers all rolled into one. And while the world they knew was much smaller and more limited than the one we know today, their maps were, in many ways, much larger in scope. They sought to understand not just the shape of the earth, but its soul. Historians still argue over the accuracy of medieval maps. Were they works of art that used imaginative geography? Or were they crude attempts at understanding the world, driven by incomplete knowledge? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. What is clear is that these maps, with their strange creatures, mythic lands, and symbolic depictions, were an attempt to reconcile what the mapmakers knew with what they imagined, what they hoped for, and what they feared. Just as you have poured your own thoughts and experiences into your map, the medieval cartographers did the same. Every dragon, every sea monster, every unmarked land was a manifestation of their inner world, a glimpse into their thoughts and beliefs. As your mind drifts back to the present, you look again at the map you've created. It's no longer just a piece of paper. It's a living document, a reflection of your journey. You see the marks you've made, the territories you've mapped, the details you've added, all of it tells a story. It's a story of how you've come to understand the world around you, but it's also a story of what you've left out, what you've yet to discover, the places where the unknown still lingers. Like the medieval cartographers, you, too, are only one part of the larger picture. Your map is just one more thread in the ongoing tapestry of exploration, understanding, and creation. The people who came before you, those who created the first maps, who ventured into unknown lands, who sought to chart the stars, they were pioneers, but so are you. You are adding your own voice to the great conversation about the world. And, just as their maps serve to guide, to warn, and to inspire, yours will do the same, in its own way, for someone else. The act of creating a map, as you've come to realize, is more than just about the places it shows. It's about what it represents. Your map is an act of discovery, but it is also an act of creation. It's a record of what you know and what you hope to know. It's a representation of your inner journey, as much as your outer one. And just like the medieval maps, it's not a static thing. It will grow, it will change, it will adapt, and it will always be a reflection of your ongoing exploration of the world around you. Historians often debate what makes a map truly great. Is it the accuracy with which it represents the world? Or is it the creativity, the artistry, the imagination that goes into it? Perhaps, in the end, it's both. Your map, like the medieval ones, is a fusion of the known and the unknown, the factual and the imaginative. It's a work of art, but it's also a tool for understanding. It's both a mirror of the world and a lens through which to see it in a new light. As the candle flickers and the darkness grows deeper, you reflect on the journey that lies ahead. Tomorrow, you'll return to the map. Maybe you'll add something new, a detail you hadn't thought of before. Maybe you'll find a new way to look at it, to understand it. But one thing is certain, the journey is never truly over. Maps, like the world itself, are always changing. And you will continue to map, to explore, to create, as the cartographers of old did. In your own way, you too are a pioneer. For now, though, the room is still, and the map lies in front of you, waiting for the next step, the next discovery, the next piece of the puzzle. The night stretches on, but you know that. When the morning comes, the map will still be there, ready, waiting. As the darkness of night envelops you completely, your mind begins to wander back to the very essence of what it means to map the world. The flicker of the candle seems to slow, casting long shadows that stretch across the room, blending with the lines of your map. It's as if the space between reality and imagination grows thinner with each passing moment. The map in front of you, once just a practical tool, now feels like a portal, a threshold that invites you to step beyond what you know and into what remains unexplored. You sit there, mesmerized by the delicate lines of ink and the faint scent of parchment, realizing that this map is more than just a guide to the world. It's a bridge between the past and the present, a connection to those medieval map makers who came before you. You may be sitting in a modern room, your fingers tapping, the paper under your hand, but in this moment, the distance between you and the cartographers of old vanishes. Their world was much different from yours, of course. No satellites, no GPS, no modern understanding of the world's vastness. And yet, the impulse to explore, to understand the mysteries of the world, remains the same. These medieval map makers were not just documenting territories. They were charting unknown waters, venturing into lands and realms that no one had ever seen. They were not simply drawing lines, they were weaving stories, stories that combined myth with reality, superstition with science. Historians still debate the accuracy of these early maps. Were they truly flawed, products of an ignorant age? Or were they in some ways more authentic, more human than the precise scientific maps we rely on today? Some argue that the medieval maps were born of a profound desire for understanding, a desire that could only be captured through creativity and symbolism. In the absence of concrete knowledge, these map makers filled the blank spaces with dragons, gods, and mysterious seas, symbols of the unknown, yes, but also of human wonder. There's an inherent beauty in that, something that is lost in the precision of modern cartography. Looking at your own map now, you can't help but appreciate the ways in which it mirrors those early maps. Sure, it's more scientifically accurate, guided by modern knowledge, but it's still a reflection of you, of your thoughts, your choices, and your personal experience of the world. You might not be putting dragons on the edges of your map, but you are still making decisions about what to include and what to leave out, what to emphasize and what to downplay. Every mark you make, every border you draw, is a representation of your own perspective, your own understanding of the world around you. The medieval map makers worked with what they had, their knowledge, their imagination, and the stories passed down through generations. And while they may not have had the advantage of modern science, they still had something valuable: the courage to create, the willingness to venture into the unknown, and the belief that their maps, even if imperfect, could help guide others. In their hands, the map was both a practical tool and an artistic expression. A map wasn't just something to get from point A to point B. It was an invitation to see the world in a new way, to understand it through their eyes. The idea of filling in the unknown, of taking something blank and turning it into a map, is something deeply human. We have an innate desire to make sense, of the world, to impose order on chaos, to find our place in the grand scheme of things. It's not just about geography, it's about our desire to belong, to understand, to see the patterns that shape our lives. Your map, just like the medieval ones, serves as a record of this journey. It's not just about the lines and boundaries. It's about what those lines represent, the way we navigate the world, the way we move through it, and the way we make sense of it. You lean back, taking in the full scope of the map, and feel a wave of gratitude. You're part of a long tradition, one that spans centuries, cultures, and technologies. The medieval map makers may have lived in a time far removed from yours, but their maps were a reflection of their world, their thoughts, and their dreams. And so too is yours. Every generation of map makers adds something new to the story, whether through the accuracy of their maps, the artistry they employ, or the ideas they introduce. What strikes you now, in this moment of quiet reflection, is that no map is ever truly finished. Even in the age of satellite technology and digital mapping, there are still unknowns. There are still places to explore, still territories that remain untouched. The map you've made will change over time, just as the world around you continues to shift. New discoveries will be made, new lines will be drawn, and your understanding of the world will continue to grow. In a way, it's humbling to realize that your map is only a snapshot of this moment in time, a reflection of what you know now. Historians argue whether medieval maps were more art than science, but in the end, they were both, just like yours. They were a combination of the known and the unknown, the rational and the imaginative. They were a record of how people saw the world at that moment, a window into their lives, their fears, their hopes, and their dreams. And so too will your map be, both a practical guide and a reflection of your unique perspective on the world. The candle burns low now, casting the room in a soft, warm glow. Your map waits quietly in front of you, a testament to your own journey and to the journeys of those who have come before. It's not just a collection of lines and marks. It's a piece of history, a work of art, and a story that continues to unfold. You know that tomorrow, when you sit down again to continue your work, you'll bring something new to the map. Another piece of knowledge, another layer of meaning. And just like the medieval map makers, you'll be adding your own story to the world. For now, though, the world is still. The map is done for the night. And so, you close your eyes, knowing that the journey continues, and the next step is always just around the corner. The map lies in the soft glow of the candlelight, still, patient, waiting. It's almost as though it too is aware of the long journey that's brought you here, the quiet story that's unfolded on its pages, the places you've explored, and the spaces you've left behind. And like every map maker before you, you realize something important. The map is never quite done. It's never just one thing. It's a dynamic, living entity, constantly evolving. Just as you have filled in its lines and borders, so too will the world continue to shift and change, pushing the boundaries of what you know, filling the blank spaces with new discoveries. The world may be more mapped now than it was for those medieval cartographers, but it's still full of unknowns. There will always be places that remain hidden, areas where the imagination can roam free. The medieval mapmakers didn't have access to the tools you do, the sophisticated satellites, the precise technology that allows us to chart every inch of the Earth. Yet in many ways, their maps were just as alive as the ones we make today. Their maps were reflections of their own experiences, shaped by the limitations of their time, but also by their boundless curiosity, their desire to understand the world in ways that went beyond the physical. These maps carried the hopes and fears of the people who made them, combining the tangible with the mythical. They were records not just of the earth, but of the minds and spirits of the mapmakers. You sit in the quiet of the room, reflecting on all this. The map you've created in many ways is a continuation of that legacy. It's more accurate, more precise, but it carries something of the same spirit. You can see the evolution of cartography from ancient times to today, but in your hands, it's still very much the same thing. A map is still an expression of who you are, of how you see the world. The borders, the lines, the spaces you choose to highlight or leave blank, they all say something about you. Like the medieval cartographers, you too are crafting a vision of the world as it is, and perhaps as it could be. Historians continue to debate whether medieval maps were truly works of art or crude approximations, but maybe they were both. Perhaps the medieval cartographers knew something that we've lost along the way. They understood that maps aren't just functional. They're part of something larger. They're part of the way we think, the way we dream, the way we tell stories. In their work, they didn't just chart lands, they charted humanity's endless quest for meaning, understanding, and exploration. As the candle flickers one final time, you find yourself drawn back to the map before you. It's a reminder of all that you've learned, all that you've yet to discover. The map you've made is yours alone, but it also connects you to a long line of explorers, cartographers, and dreamers who have shaped the world in ways both large and small. The map is a symbol of the endless journey, one that doesn't end, with the final line, the last border. It's a journey that continues every time you open your eyes to the world, every time you take a step forward into the unknown. You feel that sense of peace settle over you, the knowledge that the journey isn't about reaching the destination, but about exploring, discovering, and creating. It's not the perfection of the map that matters, it's the act of mapping itself. And in that act, you become part of something timeless, part of a long tradition that stretches back through the centuries, from the medieval mapmakers to the explorers of today, all the way to the next generation of mapmakers who will follow in your footsteps. As you finally close your eyes, you realize that the journey is never really over. The map will always be waiting, always ready for the next chapter. And for now, with the flickering candle and the quiet night around you, the journey has come to a peaceful end. Tomorrow the world will still be there, and your map will continue to grow, evolve, and unfold. Now, as the night deepens, you drift into sleep, knowing that your map will always be part of you, a record of your own journey through the world, and a reminder that no matter how much you discover, there's always more to explore. End of script. Sweet dreams.